Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are here together to witness the opening of the third EAI International Conference on Multimedia Technology and Enhanced Learning ICMTEL, which has received generous support from many partners, particularly from University of Leicester, the School of Informatics. After the successes of the two previous conferences, the third ICMTEL conference aims to deliver a forum for scientific reports and debates in the state-of-the-art and future perspective of multimedia technologies and enhanced learning. The previous second conference was originally set to take place in Leicester, United Kingdom. However, due to the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in the world, we chose to organize this conference online via YouTube live channels. Similarly, this year we originally set the third conference to Leicester, but again the COVID-19 makes our conference online, so we decided to use Zoom. Multimedia technology applies interactive computer components such as graphics, text, video, sound, and animation to deliver a piece of information. On the other hand, enhanced learning originated from human education, and now its idea conceptually plays an important role in teaching computers to learn from multimedia data. This third conference will not only focus on human education-related learning, but also on machine learning technologies. And our committee, we can see here we have 8 IEEE fellows, 2 SAM fellows, 3 fellows of Royal Society, and 8 editors-in-chief in the steering, organizing, program committee of the conference. We expect the conference will gather together scientists, engineers, educators, AI researchers from both industry and academia to share experience and new ideas. This year, the topic of our conference includes 3D video pre- and post-processing, accessible learning for all, ambient displays, artificial intelligence and explainable AI, chatbots and virtual agents, cloud computing platform-based big data mining, cognitive radar and SAR autofocus, computer-supported collaborative learning, context-aware systems, convolutional neural networks, deep learning and transfer learning, deep reinforcement learning, e-learning specification and standards, entity recognition and text extraction, evaluation methods for technology-enhanced learning, forecasting and event detection, generative adversarial networks, global learning and lifelong learning, graph neural network, healthcare and pharmacy, human element of learning system design, image analysis and computer vision, intelligent user interface, IT teaching techniques, learning models and strategies for online learning, long short-term memory neural networks, massive open online courses, MOOC, mobile technologies and multimedia communication, video signal processing, multimedia technology and pattern recognition, natural language processing and generation, pervasive wireless communication, recommender systems, recurrent neural networks, rehabilitation technology and disabled-assisted identification, roomware, self-regulated and self-directed learning, social computing and social media, virtual reality, augmented reality and human-computer interaction, video signal processing and 3D video pre- and post-processing, wearable devices, wireless and Internet of Things technology. We received over 260 qualified submissions and offered almost 100 acceptances to authors from more than 30 countries. The acceptance ratio of this 2021 conference is 8.4. Thanks to our main conference and 5 workshop chairs, they helped solicit high-quality papers for this conference. Those 5 workshops are AI-based data processing, intelligent control and their applications by Dr. Yuan Xu from University of Jinan, deep learning techniques for online social network analysis, hosted by Penjiang Qian from Jiangnan University, information fusion and their applications, hosted by Shuai Liu from University of Jinan, intelligent application and education, hosted by Zhang from Nanyang Normal University of Special Education, China. Networking representations of data, images, and systems from Dr. Zhu Qingjiao from Changzhou University. Authors of the selected papers will be invited to submit an extended version to the following 5 journals: Sustainability, Computers and Electrical Engineering, Mobile Networks and Application, Scientific Programming, CMES, Computer Modeling in Engineering and Science. All the accepted authors are eligible to submit an extended version in a fast track of EAI endorsed transactions on e-learning. And there are additional publication opportunities on the Journal of EAI and Springer Innovations in Communication and Computing Books series. Members of the Steering Committee, Organization Committee, have been working very hard for review submissions of the conference. I would like to thank them for their dedications, time, and efforts. I also wish to thank our patrons, individual and organization partners, and volunteers. Without their generous contribution, we would not be able to create this environment to support your full participation. Last but not least, I would like to thank our reviewers. The review procedure is double-blind, and we had allocated in average 3 reviewers on each submission. For each reviewer, he or she received 3.2 papers on average. It has taken us 6 months of intense preparation for us to reach this opening day, so thank you for your effort and contribution. Now I will bring my welcome address to an end. Let us listen to the presentations from our 3 keynote speakers. Professor Manu Malek. The title of his presentation is Internet of Things, Applications, Enablement, Security. Professor Yin Kwee from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. His title is Neck Skin Thermal Features as a Measure of Stenosis in the Carotid Artery, Computational and In-vivo Study. And last is Professor Shuai Liu. He is the Vice Director of Hunan Provincial Key Laboratory of Intelligent Computing and Language Information Processing. He is also a Director at the Department of Artificial Intelligence, Hunan Normal University. His title is Visual Tracking Based on Human Visual Memory Mechanism.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd EAI International Conference on Multimedia Technology and Enhanced Learning, ICMTEL 2021. My name is Natasha Onofrei and I am the conference manager of this year's edition. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, I am not able to meet all of you in person, so I am taking this opportunity to address the organizing committee, the authors, and our online audience on behalf of the European Alliance for Innovation. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for being a part of this conference and for your involvement with the EAI. Above all, I would like to express my gratitude to the General Chair Zhang, General Co-Chair Shuai Liu, and the workshop chairs for their excellent work in organizing a successful conference in these difficult times. Also, I am very glad to be able to announce that the 4th edition of EAI ICMTEL will take place next April in Leicester, UK. I invite all of you to participate in our 2022 edition by submitting your papers, by organizing a workshop, or by joining the Technical Program Committee. At EAI, we're constantly striving to promote innovative research in the field of information and communication technologies. So, if you have an idea for a conference, a workshop, or you would like to collaborate with us in any other way, please contact me at the email address below. Thank you all and enjoy the conference.
Hi everyone, my name is Michal Dudic. I'm the Community Manager at EAI, European Alliance for Innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference and say a few words about who we are and what we can do for you and your research career. In short, EAI is a global community for a greener, healthier and smarter world. As of today, we are home to more than 60,000 members from 167 countries, and we reach out to tens of thousands of subscribers. As an organization, we are non-profit from day one, and what is most important to us is that we remain open to all researchers from all around the world thanks to membership that is completely free. We organize more than 100 events annually, such as this conference, and we do so in publishing partnership with Springer. I said in the beginning that EAI is a community, so let's talk about what that means and what it means for you. To put it briefly, we give our members a platform that builds their research. We do it with 3 main online community services where members come together to help each other write a better paper, get an objective review, and get recognized fairly. The 3 services in question are EAI Compass, Community Review, and EAI Index. Firstly, EAI Compass is an online app where you can meet and connect with new colleagues and get feedback on your paper as well as your presentation. In addition to that, it lets you download all full papers that will be presented at this conference, and you can vote on your favorite presentations as well as see everyone who is here and connect with them. You can do this right now if you go to EAI Compass website, compass.eai.eu. Next, we are improving the classic conference review process with community review. It has already been in use at all our events since 2019, and we were very excited to hear a lot of positive feedback from program committee members regarding the reliability and the speed of the community review. Let's talk briefly about what community review does. Essentially, it is a website that shows abstracts of papers that are right in the middle of the review process, as long as the authors allow it, of course, and all EAI members may then bid to review specific papers. When they submit their bid, they put in their bio and their qualifications, which are sent to the program committee, who can then decide whether or not this bidder is qualified to review the paper they bid on. This relatively easy access to review opportunities means that bidders really need to put their best foot forward if they wish to be selected, which improves the quality of the entire review process. At the end of the day, this benefits you, the author. And last but not least, let me tell you a thing or two about EAI Index. EAI Index is our credit-based evaluation system that we rolled out this year to all of our conferences and journals that allow you to climb the global ranks of EAI community and get recognized for your work. It calculates a number value for most actions you make, such as getting your paper accepted or submitting a review, and these numbers accumulate for 12 months. At the end of this 12-month period, we put together a ladder of all EAI members, and the ones at the top receive a nomination to one of the membership ranks: senior member, distinguished member, or fellow. For each action that is eligible for EAI index credits, we'll look at the quality of your action as it was evaluated by another member of the community, such as, for example, the review score of your submission. To make sure that the system is fair to newcomers, every 12 months the credit count gets erased, the ones at the top receive their nominations, and every member starts at 0 for the following 12 months. And finally, Smart Submit is a collaboration feature that is coming later this year. It will allow you to submit your research ideas and your work in progress abstracts to get the kind of help and feedback you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for co-authors, maybe you would like to find a mentor or a mentee, or maybe you want to find out how the community feels about your idea. This is what Smart Submit is designed for. Ultimately, it's about helping you write a better paper and increasing your chances of getting accepted. Again, we will be launching this feature later this year, so stay tuned. And so I'm going to leave you with many different ways to get engaged at different levels. There are lots of opportunities in many of our events and publications, which means many ways to connect with people and collaborate. You may learn more about everything I just talked about at our website, eai.eu. These services exist to help you and to make your lives easier, so we encourage you to send us your comments, ideas, and feedback to community@eai.eu. And if you're interested in volunteering and contributing, you can let us know at the same email address. Don't forget that you can use EAI Compass to vote on presentations in real time to determine which ones are the best, as well as to download all full papers that will be presented today. Just make sure that you log in using the same email address as the one you used to register to this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope we will see everyone online soon.
Hello, everyone. Good day to you all. My name is Eddie Ng. I'm from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. I have been working in the area of infrared physics and technology for the last 25 years. Today, I'm so happy to share some of my work, the teamwork in the area of infrared imaging. And my topic is on the neck skin feature as a measure of stenosis in the carotid artery in aspect of computational analysis and in vivo study for the comparison. Right, my name is Eddie Ng. This work is part of my PhD student, Dr. Ashish's work, who is now working in the National Eye Institute of Singapore, and collaborator is Dr. Lim from the National Heart Center, Singapore. Right, this carotid artery stenosis is about the blocking of the carotid artery. Each person, you have the left and the right hand side, right? And then it comes from the heart with the common carotid artery over here, and then it bifurcates to the internal carotid artery and the external. External supply to the face, and then internal supply to the brain. Here we have a dividing wall and then non-dividing wall over here. Right? As from the fluid mechanic viewpoint, if the fluid or the blood, when they change direction, so these are over this substance side, and here's a pressure side, it tend to have some recirculation, right? It's due to some reason or the local tissue change in the situation. Then if the stenosis start forming and then growing, it will lead to complete choke of the blood to the brain, or worse still, if there's a dislodging due to the local high shear stress of the plaque to the cerebral vessel. When these are some dislodging of the deposit, when it go to the downstream to the smaller diameter artery, it may block the flow at all. So the other side, the brain may not receive oxygen or nutrient, and then it may trigger the stroke. So the consequence is it may give irreversible damage to the brain tissue, and then it may trigger the stroke. According to this US Heart Association report, right, yearly they have almost 800,000 of the stroke, and then on average, every 4 minutes, someone may die related to the stroke disease. Right here, you can see that in the artery, if those deposit is forming, right, and if growing without any intervention, and suppose there is a dislodging of some impurity or whatever, it may block the whole flow, right? And here, just to show the mechanism and the physics, when there is a inflammation and the fibro cap thickness growing, right? When this fibro cap thickness increase, this part of the inflammation due to some angiogenesis, and then it will give a higher local temperature over the stenosis versus those normal tissues surrounding. So you can see over here, there's a group, they use a invasive thermocouple, try to measure the local temperature when the inflammation form in the artery. So when the cap thickness increase, the local site temperature increase, so the difference between the normal tissue temperature is reducing, right? So you can see here a smaller differential when the cap thickness increase. So this gives us some physics that if there's a artery blockage or the other way around, aneurysm, right, ballooning, it will affect the local temperature. But the most important thing is it will affect the mass flow rate or the volume flow rate in downstream, and then this will change the heat transfer from the artery to the skin surface. So this is what we trying to base on for this work, right? In general, how the doctor diagnose the stenosis, they still use a conventional stethoscope, right, to hear on the carotid broad. There's a cardiac murmur sound, right, because there's a blocking, the flow disrupted, so there's a sound. So this is a duplicate ultrasound, right? You have a issue of this inter and intra observer variability, because you need a trained personnel to do this ultrasound scanning, right? And the duration usually take about 30 to an hour for capturing the proper ultrasound image, which shown the inner structure, right? And this is a limitation, and it costs around 200 to 700 US dollar per scan. Other modality, for example, the CT, right? CT scan, CT angiography, because this need contrast usage, and you need a high dosage of X-ray, so it subject the patient to radiation exposure. The next more accurate one is fMRI, for example, the magnetic resonance angiography, but this is also need contrast usage, contrast agent, and very time consuming, costly also. So we are thinking of if we can derive a complementary alternate this carotid artery stenosis screening tool, which precondition has to be reliable enough, non-invasive, non-contact, and cost-effective, automated, fast, and then easy to use. So less trained person, because we can do the image processing with the AI machine learning. So this may help. So we see the gap, the gap between the ultrasound, CT, MRI for the cheaper version of screening tool. So that is our motivation of the work. Right, the proposed solution will be, if there is a presence of stenosis, right, it will cause a blood flow to reduce, and then the fluid stagnation around the stenosis, right, or across the stenosis. So this will affect the heat transfer to the surrounding tissue, and then it change the temperature contour at the external skin surface, right? This will give a lower temperature or cold temperature region on the external neck skin, right? Instead of higher temperature, it give a lower, because the artery blood flow, which is supposed to be from the body temperature, it have reduced, so the heat flow when it reach the skin, it give a lower temperature instead of higher, right? Not like the tumor, breast cancer tumor detection for the hotspot, right? This may be potentially captured by the high resolution enough and the thermal resolution and spatial resolution of the thermal camera. So if this can be captured by the camera, then it will give a proper so-called screening tool, right? Cheap, reliable screening tool, as shown here, right? In the past, the Morgan, back in 1999, so almost 2 decades ago, people have looked at this stenosis related to the temperature. So since after that, 20 years on, no extra work have been done, despite the technological advancement in thermal camera, thermal image processing, and object detection classification algorithm. So we are thinking of revisit this area to see how much we can improve on the diagnosis accuracy. Our design methodology, the study methodology is we recruit the subject, right, from the National Heart Center, and then go through the duplicate ultrasound. This is to measure the depth of the artery, the common carotid artery inlet flow condition through ultrasound, because it can measure the velocity of the blood flow. So we serve it as a CFD, computational fluid dynamics, coupled with the computational heat transfer numerical simulation as a proof of concept, right, to link the temperature. Then this ultrasound also can give some stenosis tissue detail, so that we can use a idealized reconstruction, right, to maybe using the 3D printing, print out the stenosis geometry, do the in-vivo study in the lab. This serves as another comparison, right? We have done 22 patients, so we derive those angiographic data, right, from the 22 patients, and then cast the 3D printed geometry for the measurement. So we have two approaches. One is a computational study, CFD, solving the nanoscope. Then we use the infrared in the lab, right? Measure the temperature, try to mimic what is inside the body. Our preliminary study, we 4 patients with a normal, that means 0 blockage, because left and right, so we have 8 samples for 50% blockage, more than 50% blockage, which the doctor in the hospital will do some intervention on it. Less than 50% blockage, usually doctor will just keep observing as a biomarker, they will not do any intervention. So we take 2 extreme, normal versus more than 50% blockage, another 8 samples there. Right. Before this, we even done a very primitive evaluation of the blood flow over the arm. Here we have a cooler, right? Cooling down for 30 seconds. After that, after we remove the cooling, right? This the arm, we have 2 approaches. One is without occlusion, without the cuff. The other one is a cuff. So when the cooling pad removed, as we know, the arm will automatically rewarm, right? Recover the heat. through the thermoregulatory, the body recovering, the arm will recover the temperature. So you can see that this dotted line is without cuff, so rewarming, right? Through this temperature change with time, right? We have a temperature, normalized temperature change with time. So, and this one is the cuff pressure that we apply, right? So normalized also one. Those with the cuff one, after the cuff release, then the temperature recover. Of course, there's a time delay, right? Time lag in the temperature recovery. So we can see that between cuff and uncuff, just to mimic block and unblock artery with this stimulation of the cooling, so that we can enhance the contrast. That means to improve the signal to noise ratio. So you can see the differences between block and unblock artery. So this gives us even more encourage motivation to work forward. So this work has been published in Infrared Physics and Technology for those interested audience. Next, we move on to the in-vivo experiment. We have this pulsator pump to mimic the pulsator flow as what the heart doing, right? Then we have a compliant chamber. So these are the 3D printed artery that we're trying to measure. We have a thermal camera over here, and then it return after bifurcation, right? It return to close the circuit. Of course, we have to make sure the working fluid, which is artificial blood, has a body temperature. So we have a hot fluid recirculator, right? At first, when we try to cast the geometry, we try out with the strict copper pipe first, right? Using the PDMS casting. Then, since we have done this duplicate ultrasound, right? We know all the geometry, reconstruct it, then 3D printed out using the PDMS cast. So we have this artery, the carotid artery, right? Now, after that, then we discover it's not too close to the actual body. So because the artery is inside the body, surrounded by body temperature, say 37. So we put this working section into the hot reservoir path, which is over here. So this hot reservoir path also supplied by the body temperature water, right? So that the heat, when the artificial blood flow through the this artery, is in the situation of the body's condition. So this give a more close to the actual body's condition. Here, just to show the normal prototype that we have, right? Here, the common carotid artery, then it bifurcate. So here have no blocking, but here there is a blockage. You can see here, we purposely generate a block over here, right? The artificial blood that we use is water with 64.4%, and then glycerol with about 37%, and this body temperature flowing at 10 milliliter per second, which is the typical flow rate in the artery. And then we can see here over the thermal image, right? The thermal image that scan the surface temperature without blocking. You can see the temperature distribution, right? Very even, very nice. And then with blocking, it becomes cooler, right? Here is a light blue, which is over here, so lower temperature. Here is a hotter temperature because without blocking. Right, in the computational side, right, this is a geometry that we reconstructed, right? Common artery, then inner, right? Then this outer, right? Outer. So these are dividing wall. Here is not non-dividing wall. And to make our simulation even closer to the actual case, here's the artery flow, right? Coming in and then bifurcate up. The downstream pressure is zero pressure gradient. This is a typical standard CFD. Inlet, we have a ultrasound condition, right? At 37 degrees C, we know the velocity, so we can use a Reynolds number. And then on top of this artery, there's a jugular vein returning. So the return blood from right to left, right to left. So there's a heat exchange between the two arteries, the vein and the artery at the same time, surrounded with a body tissue. And the fourth phase, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the bottom is at the adiabatic body temperature condition, and the surface, the next surface, right, is subject to the convection condition. In the lab that we have 21 degrees C with the convective coefficient, right? So here there's a natural convective condition. This work has been published in Thermal Sciences. For those who are interested, you can look at the detail. But here is to show the ultrasound that in the cross section, right? Cross section P3. When ultrasound using P3, it shows the blocking, right? This is blocking. This blocking is about 50% blockage. And in the axial plane on this P6 axial plane. So again, this ultrasound image show the blocking, and the schematic cartoon it show blocking of 50%. That's what we have tested in our lab. For the computational study, numerical modeling, right, we just use a standard finite volume ANSYS fluid Navier-Stokes coupled with the Penn bioheat equation. Right. The working fluid, what we use is Newtonian and incompressible, because for that 5 mm of the carotid flow, we know that the blood will behave as a Newtonian instead of non-Newtonian. So to save some CPU time, we just use the Newtonian. And then simple algorithm, the conversion criteria is 10 to the minus 10 with this number of mesh, right? 50 millions number of mesh. We have done a mesh independent study, right? Those work have been published in Journal of Thermophysics Heat Transfer. And for the inlet flow velocity, right, as I mentioned to you, we have this ultrasound measurement for the inlet velocity. Then we can use patient-specific flow and model flow as a Reynolds number, right? For the unblocked normal artery, because velocity is unblocked, right? So Reynolds number higher, plus minus this 276. And for the blocking one is lower. Our p-value here is 0.03. The expected outcome of the parameter of the simulation is wall shear stress, right? Indicator of wall shear stress, carotid artery wall temperature, and then the top net skin surface temperature after the heat being transferred out. So we can see the proof of concept from here. Here is a wall shear stress, right? The top comparison is for the stream Y flow stream Y plot, right? It's a free stream. Those are the stream Y's velocity plot. For the normal one, because here bifurcate, there's a recirculate, but far mild compared to the blockage, the disease one, disease with the blockage. So this cause even more recirculation zone, right? And then here is a wall shear stress. With this blocking, you can see here the blockage here, right? Artificial created the blockage of 50%. The local concentration of high shear stress on the stenosis, right? You can see from this disease case, this stress concentration is, as we know, it will give vulnerable to rupture or dislodge of those deposits, right? Then it will carry downstream. The next, we show the temperature, right? The carotid wall temperature. For the normal one, it's shown quite nice, the temperature distribution. But for the block disease one, it shows a cold patch because the flow rate has been reduced. Here just to show before the surgery, right? When the surgeon opened up Then this schematic view, and here show the ultrasound showing the deposit blockage. Here is before the operation, they use a thermal image to take this, so that you can see here there's a blockage, so it gives a cold temperature. Right. Now more on the simulation result on the skin surface temperature, normal versus the disease. Disease give a cold patch, right, over here compared to this higher temperature normal. And we can see that the mean carotid wall temperature, the samples is averaged out through eight sample, both normal and disease have 8. The p-value is, the cutoff p-value is 0.05, but here shown a good correlation at 0.01 significant of result. But although the temperature for the disease one dropped not so much, right, 0.2, and then the net skin on the surface means net skin temperature also just around 0.1, right? So now this is very much depend on the thermal camera resolution, right? Whether you can pick up this minute change. But however, this is just a numerical prediction, And this work has been published in Computer in Medicine and Biology. For those who are keen to find out more, feel free to ask, and I can send it to you, the paper. Now, for the actual one, right? These are all numerical. For the actual measurement we have done in the hospital on the skin, neck itself. We want to do the proper image processing so as to minimize the interclass variant of image pixel, so that we can find a global threshold value. Now we develop a novel parametric cold thermal feature image. We name it CTFI extraction method, meaning the threshold that we use is less than the mean temperature of a certain specific K value. That later I show you the relationship that we derive. Here the image processing is, we have the original thermal image, then we go through the 2D median filter, we do the grayscale normalized image, then we mask the image using the observe method, right? Observe method. After observe method, we background subtracted thermal image using the mask, right? The mask that we have, and then we obtain this final. What we do here is we have, using the ROC, the receiver operating characteristic approach, using the statistical parameter, right, for the binary classification, that means normal versus disease, and the other one is using the support vector machine, right, machine learning. That feature that we use extracted out from the image, right, and we have 9 features, which is correlation, energy, homogeneity, contrast, entropy, mean, standard deviation, skewness, and kurtosis, right? Those are parameters that we can extract and then do the feature. These are features, and then do the classification and then test on how the AI can be applied. Simple AI can be applied to here without deep learning here. Here's just to show typical duplicate ultrasound in B mode, color dropper, right? Of the, these are normal patient. That means no blockage, which is warm, right? Warm, full thermal image, and then here is a 50% blockage one, which is shown a cooler, right? Cooler. But what we found here is, if we use a minimum temperature for normal disease, right, then the standard deviation of this is it overlap. So this is not good, right? Not good. We cannot tell much. And if we take the maximum temperature, we although this p value of 0.09 greater than 0.05, so this also not much usefulness, right? And it's overlap also. So if we take the maximum temperature approach, cannot be used, not reliable. But when we take the mean temperature over the region of interest that we extracted out, then the p-value is very good, right? 0.001, and it not overlap much the standard deviation. So we will adopt this approach using the mean temperature over the region of interest. Right now, I show you the thermal region of interest image extraction, the formula that we found. Right, the threshold temperature is equal to the minimum temperature value in the image plus K value that we try and error. We found this K value of 0.3, which is the most suitable one, multiplied by the maximum temperature value in the region minus the minimum temperature value in the region. Right, so this is the thermal region of interest extraction formula that we use, and then we can derive this RCM. RCM is a number of non-zero pixel with the value less than the threshold. So we have the threshold, we found the threshold, we put it here, and then we can derive the number of this so-called the ratio of the co-pixel to all pixel in the region. So number of non-zero pixel with less than the threshold divided by the total number of non-zero pixel, then this ratio is very good as a indicator for disease and non-disease. And then we found that K of 0.3 because this allowed the best classification. Right. This just to show how we select the K value, right, over the different sample size of the case. For example, 20 sample of non-blockage normal, then we have a 25 site number, right, from 10 to 30% blockage, then 30 to 49% blockage, we have 23, and then 12 are more than 50% blockage. We done the receiver operating characteristic using this, then we obtain the area under the curve. Right, plot again the K value, we found 0.3, right, is the best. No need to go for higher value because when K increases, it has its own issue. Right, here shown another area under curve, plot again the K, but for the normal ROC cutoff, and then the support vector machine linear one, and then support vector machine non-linear using the radial basis, we also seen that 0.3 is good enough, suitable parameter to use. Here just to show more, right, when the K increase, just as I mentioned, right, these are thermal region of interest reduce. So we want to avoid using the high value of the K. So 0.3 seen is a optimum that to use. And then for smaller, for the same K, right, for the same K, say almost K equal to 0.4, then the thermal feature become more prominent when the stenosis increase, right, more blockage. So you can see those are more prominent features, right? So this is encouraging. Here just to show again our selection of the K equal to 0.3, those features that we have used, energy, homogeneity, contrast, entropy, standard deviation again. It give us for over the different group of patients, right? How many percent blockage, normal, severe blockage, the confidence level. All these are, you can see the it give us a good percentage, right? Good value, right? So this is telling us the K at 0.3 is a right value to use. More detail of the work you can look up from this computer in medicine and biology. We have published there also the full detail. And here it shown the RCM. Just now I show you that the ratio of the non-zero pixel less than the threshold over the total number. So for the disease one, right? These are disease. The value, the ratio higher, which is shown, it implies cooler, right? Cooler. on the surface. So this makes sense. And then for the normal one, it show a lower value, and then the overlap only little bit. So right, overlap little bit, the standard deviation. So this is look like very promising approach to do the analysis for this work. But here is just to show the typical ROC plot, the cutoff value that we choose, right? So these are the cutoff value for different group of patients that we have. Right now, for the classification on the linear line support vector machine, simple one, linear one. As I just now I share a little bit number of stenosis, the sample that we have for the normal patient 20, right? 10 to 29% blockage. D1, we have 25. Then more severe blockage 30 to 49%, blocking 23. Then more than 50% very severe blockage. We have 12 of them. So we've because our sample size is not that many, so we do some combination of the group. Like C prime is defined as 0 to 29, right? And then D prime is those greater than 30%. But C, D1, D2, all are the to differentiate the grouping of the sample. So for C prime and D prime, we see that the sensitivity, specificity, and accuracy is not bad, right? And C and D1, D2, and D3. So this shown the classification using this approach, thermal approach. It gives a very good result. And then the detail of the work have been published again in Computer in Biology and Medicine. Right now, the comparison to classify the patient with more than 50% blockage one, right? This is other people work some time ago, right? Using the cutoff method. Then we have our own cutoff method using ROC and statistical parameter, which is this one. And then finally, we have the SVM linear versus non-linear radial basis function one. So you can see the specificity. This non-linear classification SVM give the best, and then likewise here for the sensitivity, right? So this is really encouraging. And my last slide over here is you can see that there is no temperature feature-based, non-invasive, and non-contact carotid stenosis screening test available, right? We revisit here just to explore with the hospital. Now the project has been concluded. They are happy with it. We have this. We have some complementary method for the cheaper way of scanning the stenosis. Then we have shown using both computational, that means the CFD and the computational heat transfer coupled together, and in vivo temperature evaluation in the lab. Right, it shows a significant temperature difference between the normal and diseased patient. And then we have derived this novel thermal region of interest image extraction method, so that we can do a analysis to distinguish this normal and patient and diseased patient. Right. To sum up, the potential benefit for this work is it can reduce in the cost of screening, because infrared is very cheap, relatively, comparatively to CT, MR, or even ultrasound, right? Useful for low median income country with higher stroke related depth and patient medical facility ratio, right? Like in the rural area, you can't afford to have a MRI, CT, all this. So using this handheld thermal scanning tool will be, at least it serves as a biomarker before we go follow up with a more expensive modality, and it reduces the time of screening, but does not need a highly skilled clinical staff to operate, because the image AI ML algorithm we can help right? And then shall be used, maybe can be used for mass screening. Right, what next? As we just now I showed you, our sample size is not so huge, right? It's very difficult to get those stenosis patients. We conduct over the 2 years. We just managed to get 100 plus of patients. To generalize the finding, of course, test for largest cohort clinical study with multi-class, right? Maybe different state of stenosis. The classification will be recommended. And also we have, due to time constraint, I didn't present the ADT approach, which is the active dynamic tomography. We have done the work on this and have published here also the latest work. For those interested one, you can take a look, because ADT, just now what I have shown to you, those SPM, all this is all passive tomography approach. That means we just pick up the temperature. This is with cooling, right? With the cooling for 30 seconds, then we let it rewarming. Now we can enhance the signal to noise ratio. And then with this work, because of the transients, 4 frames per second or 30 frames per second that we have the image, the data is huge. So we have a new method of analyzing. We derive a tissue activity ratio. This is new, and then it's in this paper. So those who are interested, you can take a look, and it gives us a better overall accuracy compared to the passive one. Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And then here is some related work that relate to the talk, right, that we have published in the journal. So you can take a look for those are interested one. And then we have filed a technical disclosure, right? And we have 14 of the journal paper, related paper. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. I'm so honored that I can have the chance to give you an invited speech. My name is Liu Shuai. I come from Hunan Normal University, Department of Artificial Intelligence. Today, my speech title is Viral Tracking Based on Human Viral Memory Mechanism. Okay. My contents include 3 parts. First is the introduction of target tracking. Second is the target tracking incorporating viral memory mechanism. And the third one is experimental results and analysis. Okay, first I want to give you an introduction to target tracking. Background. Viral target tracking is one of the basic research work in the field of computer vision, and it is also an important part of many viral application projects, such as intelligent monitoring systems, intelligent transportation systems, and human-computer interactions, and ethics. It has a wide range of application prospects in security monitoring, intelligent human-machine interaction, wearable devices, missile guidance, and autonomous driving. Therefore, in recent years, viral target tracking has attracted increasing attention from researchers due to its extensive research value and application prospects. So let's see it. From the frame T, we get the green rectangle to the positive object, and also the red ones, some red ones as the negative object. Then we have to train a classifier, yes, to divide the correct one and the incorrect one. And this is the step 1. We have to update the appearance model, okay? And then when we have our model for the frame t+1, we use the classifier to determine an area and inside of the window around the old location and the load location, and around it there is an area, and all the position have to detect it if it is the most similar to the green one, to the positive model. And then we find the position with the highest probability as the new location, and this is the old location and this is the new location. Then we update the tracker state and got the answer, and perhaps it is not right, but it is the answer on the frame t+1. Okay. So after decades of research and development, where target tracking has gradually formed 2 types of algorithms based on generative models and discriminate models. Okay. So recently, with the rise of machine learning algorithms, and we have the following 3 kinds of algorithms based on discriminate models have gradually demonstrated their advantages in dealing with the problem of target tracking. And this 3 one is correlation filtering and TBD, tracking by detection, and also the newest is deep learning. Okay, now let's say something about the current problems, the remaining problems of viral object tracking. Although viral target tracking have made great progress, there still face at least 3 mainly challenges. The first one is the challenges in realistic scenarios. It means that perhaps target occlusion, light changes, scale changes, target rotation, and motion blue aesthetic. For example, when a target is occluded, the appearance of the target captured by the camera will change significantly due to the coverage of the occluder. Yes, in this case, the original template of the target is contaminated, which may cause template matching error to a large extent and reduce the recognition rate of the target. And the second one is the balance between algorithm speed and accuracy. Yes, the balance between the algorithm speed and accuracy is mainly talk about deep learning algorithm currently. Because deep learning algorithm have more higher accuracy, but poor real-time performance. And the one correlation filter we used before. It can meet real-time performance requirements, but it is less robustness. Yes, less robustness. And the third one is difficult to use the spatial-temporal continuity of the frames in the video. We know most of the character video target tracking algorithm always treat the tracking program as a single frame detection, and it is a binary classification problem. And as we know, in the VR video, always the continuous frames have the relation. So the binary classification problem ignore the spatial temporal continuity of the target movement in the continuous time, which is introduced in creating a lot of redundant information in the process of generating candidate regions, and it will cause a lot of waste of computing resource. For example, if the continuous frames describe one thing, and we can get the similarity from these frames, yes, and it has the spatial temporal continuity, and if we detect an object in the previous frame, and then it will not change heavily in the next frame, so we can we can only search the area between the object in the previous frame, and it will have less computation. So let's talk about the second part, target tracking strategy with the visual memory mechanism. First, I want to show you our research motivation. In this algorithm, we have two kinds. First, the tracking ideas of existing algorithm, and the second is the problems with the existing algorithm. Okay. And first, the tracking process of the traditional CF coloration filter based tracking algorithm, as we can summarize it as like this. First, perform a cycle shift around the target position in the previous frame to generate a large number of samples to achieve the purpose of training the filter, and then we can use the trained filter to rapid detection in subsequent frames and determine the position which correspond to the maximum response value as the current position of the target. We also call it the best matching position according to the calculated response value of the filter in the subsequent frame. And then the easy of the CF-based target tracking method to reduce the non-target response value and increase the target response value to accurately locate the target. By applying fast Fourier transform, the tracking speed has been greatly improved. However, if the select best matching position is incorrect, the tracking of subsequent frames will fail, thereby affecting the performance of the tracking algorithm. And this is the general tracking idea of the existing algorithms. And second, the problems because the related filtering algorithm runs very fast and can meet the real-time requirements, such as the traditional KCF algorithm can reach 170 FPS under the CPU. It has been extensively studied, but this type of algorithms still face huge challenges. And when dealing with various complex science, such as, for example, occlusion, illumination variation, scale variation, and rotation, and aesthetic. Why? For example, occlusion or out of view. Occlusion or out of view often occurs during the tracking process. For example, the target moves to same position with an object with a similar appearance or gradually exceed the shooting range of the camera. In this case, the appearance properties of the target, which captured by the camera, often changed greatly, and making the original target template, it will change and it will broken. So it will resulting in the multiple extremes in the response metric of the target object, which has great influence on the position judgment. Let's see the figure. When the response matrix has one extreme value, as shown in the figure 1, figure A, the tracking algorithm directly selects the only maximum point, at the point A, as the predicted target position. And the tracking at this time is, we think, is reliable, right? When the response matrix has multiple poles, as shown in figure B, here. Here, figure B. Okay. And it has two extreme position. So in this case, each extreme value is relatively close. So the tracking algorithm will largely select the wrong maximum point at the target location, and will resulting in unreliable tracking at this time. Okay, we think this is unreliable and this is reliable. And so let's show the construction of auxiliary decision setup. So since the target often encounters various challenges during the movement process, in order to improve the accuracy of the target position judgment, a pre-judgment process is added before the target position is determined in each frame of determine whether the best matching position is the actual position of the current target. So if it is not a good match, and the human visual mechanism is used to track the missing target to achieve effective relocation. The auxiliary prejudgment system is mainly composed of three parts: a fuzzy generator, a fuzzy inference engineer, and a defuzzer. First, the fuzzy set is generated by the fuzzy generator. Okay. Then, in the fuzzy inference engine, if then fuzzy rules are combined to map the fuzzy set from the input variable. From the input variable to the output variable. And this is we call it U, and this we call it V. And finally, the truth variable is generated by the defuzzer. Okay, defuzzer. First, we define the positive and negative samples. And then, according to the difference between the positive and negative samples, determine the multiple characteristics of the samples, such as maximum response value, maximum response value ratio, and gradient value of the extreme point, and in x and y directions, and the distance ratio between the maximum response value of the previous frame and target aesthetic, and define the properties. Then we talk about the types of viral memory. Viral memory is an important working mechanism of the human viral system. It describes the process of encoding, storing, and retrieving viral features in the human brain. Viral memory stores sensory information related to vision, and it belongs to a kind of human memory. Therefore, the viral information of the target of interest can be retrieved in the brain by viral memory, and then the target image will be found in the brain for display. Viral memory is divided into sensory memory, short-term memory, and long-term memory. This is a sensory memory, and this is short-term memory, and this is a long memory. And we can see that the sensory memory is less than 1 second, and it will forget. And the first level memory, it will duration seconds and forget. And secondary memory will duration minutes, 2 years, and forget. And ternary memory will not forget anymore. And the process of human viral tracking, we can see that normal is obtained object and cognitive activity and track from short term to long term. And lost, we will think about the long term memory and relocation. So when the human viral system obtains the image of the outside, it determines the moving object of interest according to the corresponding cognitive activity. And then the viral system starts to track the target. In the process of target tracking by the human viral system, short-term memory will continue to learn, record the properties of the tracking target, and use long-term memory to fuse and store the target features in the target feature information database with the newly learned features to improve the target understanding. And lost. When the target is temporarily lost in the visual system due to occlusion, lighting changes, etc., the human visual system will summarize a certain express based on the target feature information of the information database, which constructed by long-term memory, and perform appropriate analysis and associate of the target state, so as to determine the possible location of the target. When the target reappears, humans can perform a feature association based on the memoried features to achieve fast and accurate positioning of the target. Okay. And then the visual memory mechanism model. Let's talk about the model. First, the feature and the feature learning. In the process of visual tracking, the information of the tracking target is correspondingly learned, and the new characteristic information of the target is continuously learned to improve the cognition and understanding of the target. And the feature memory is an indispensable part of learning. Only by memorizing what has been learned can become valuable. Feature memory stores the important features of the learned target and then can reproduce the appearance of the target to complete the matching function of the target. And the third one is feature association. A feature association is an important process by which human visual can complete various complex tasks, and it's a unique human intelligence. Through feature learning and feature memory, a human vision can make appropriate associations to the future states of the target, and through the experience and knowledge. The future state includes the location of the target, the behavior of the target, and so on. And the alternate templates model is like this. First, the motivation. Apply human visual memory to visual tracking. In the target tracking, the dynamic memory of human eye tracking are added to the static tracking algorithm, so that the temporal and spatial context correlation of the video sequence can be utilized. By learning the appearance properties of each frame target and storing the targeted information in the characteristic information database, then continue to learn new features to improve the information database and achieve dynamic memory of the target appearance features. And finally, long-term memory of the target characteristics is realized to further deepen the cognition and understanding of the target. When the target experiences challenges such as illumination change or occlusion, the target has very low confidence. It means the confidence is the possibility of becoming a target. So the target model of a previous frame is saved as a backup template during the tracking process. And the current target model is normally always used for tracking. when a challenge occurs, the memory, the target model of the last frame is activated for tracking according to the prejudgment result, thereby improving the accuracy and robustness of target tracking. And the strategy. In the tracking process, most relation filtering algorithms use a real-time update strategy. That is, a target model is saved after each frame to detect the target in the next frame. When the prejudgment system detects that the target tracking fails, the template update strategy will find the saved target template in the previous frame in the memory mechanism as a backup template. Then the carrot template and the backup template are matched at the same time, and one of them is selected by calculating the corresponding response value of both the two. If the response value meets the replacement condition, the original template will be replaced with a backup template for follow-up tracking. In this case, when the target reappears, the strategy will also match the target through the alternate template and reposition the position by calling the appearance features in the information database. So let's see the experimental results and analysis. First, the database. We use the OTB 2015 database for algorithm testing. OTB 2015 is commonly used in target tracking datasets. It contains a total of 100 video sequences and is also called OTB 100. Each video sequence is labeled with sub-attributes. There are 11 types of sub-attributes, also called challenges. It means the 7. And two improved algorithms are tested on OTB 2005 respectively. And the first is accuracy. It means the count the error distance between the tracking results of each frame in the video sequence and the center of ground truth bounding box. And the second is success rate. Calculate the area overlap ratio between the tracking results and the ground truth bounding box, and calculate the area under the image count where the overlap ratio is greater than the threshold. So this is some quantitative analysis. It is the KCF-based fuzzy meets the challenge of out of view, the occurrence of improved KCF algorithm. This proposed in this paper is higher than KCF, okay? And also the success rate of KCF is higher than the original KCF. And also we can see in another challenge, low resolution, and our proposed algorithm is better than the classical one. Okay. So this is some quantitative analysis of the comparison. For example, let's see, the red one is the ground truth, the real position, and the blue one is a traditional KCF, and the yellow one is our proposed algorithm. You can see, and they are same. And in this frame, In this frame, KCF meets the run and will continue the run, and ours will continue tracking, and so in this images. Okay, thank you again for inviting me in the conference to give a speech, and hope I will help and we will together work one day. Thank you for watching.
Hello, I am Gijma from Zhengzhou Maritime Institute, Nanjing, Zhengzhou, China. We would like to present our lasted research on the application of MOOC in O20 teaching model innovation of aesthetic education in higher vocational colleges. The rapid development of Internet technology has promoted the era of education informatization, and the construction of an O20 teaching model with online teaching and offline communication is a central link in the reform of aesthetic education in higher vocational colleges. As a representative of the education model in the new era, the emergence of MOOCs has greatly promoted the development of online and offline hybrid teaching models. This article will discuss MOOCs O20 teaching in aesthetic education in higher vocational colleges from 4 aspects: research background, current application status of MOOC in aesthetic education, implementation strategies of effective application of MOOC teaching under O20 mode, and improvement of the guarantee mechanism of MOOC teaching quality application in model innovation. Research background: the outline of the National Medium and Long-Term Education Reform and Development Plan promulgated by the Ministry of Education in July 2010 clearly pointed out, information technology has a revolutionary impact on education development and must be highly valued. In May 2012, the 10-year development plan for educational informatization issued by the Ministry of Education emphasized using educational informatization to drive the modernization of education, solve the problems that restrict the development of education in our country, and promote the innovation and reform of education is to accelerate the development of education, a major strategic choice to become a powerful country in education. With the development of the Internet Plus Action Plan in the field of higher education, the application of O20 teaching mode in aesthetic education has become more and more popular. Online to offline is abbreviated as O20. The O20 teaching model is based on the modernization of educational technology. The new e-commerce concept is borrowed from the teaching method reform practice, and the Internet technology is used to realize the learning and communication between teachers and students on the online teaching platform. Online teaching, offline communication, two-way interactive education model, and MOOC is a key part of this innovative teaching model. Educational advantages under the background of MOOC. From a social perspective, the significance of using MOOC is that it can not only impart knowledge, but more importantly, it can convey good learning concepts to people. Learning is not exclusive to students, nor can it be done only in school. MOOC can break through the limitations of time and space. No matter what occupation you are or where you live, you can become a learner and solve the problem of educational imbalance caused by lack of resources in remote areas. Such a form helps to let the ideas of lifelong learning and learning for all take root in the hearts of the people and promote the formation of a good learning atmosphere in society. Therefore, it is necessary to actively promote the development of MOOC. From the school's point of view, a complete classroom system mainly includes 3 stages: before class, during class, and after class. The traditional teaching mode mainly focuses on the in-class stage. Teachers teach in the role of the leader in the classroom to invisibly split the entire teaching process, reducing the time for effective learning. The use of MOOCs can just solve this drawback. A pre-study session is added before the class, and the resources taken by the teacher in advance are used to allow students to complete the learning. Teaching tasks are completed in the classroom, teachers become the guides who provide help, and students become the leaders of learning. Acquiring the knowledge they want and building a knowledge system are the real protagonists of the classroom. Aesthetic education courses are different from other disciplines. They belong to the category of art and are highly subjective. They pay more attention to the role of communication in learning. Traditional classroom teaching is often completed by a teacher from professor, answering questions to final evaluation, which is prone to problems such as single knowledge structure and subjective evaluation. The use of MOOCs can allow students to get in touch with more outstanding experts and scholars in the industry through the internet, and the learning angles are more diversified. The application status of MOOC in aesthetic education. Since the first year of MOOC in 2012, the MOOC storm that originated in the United States has affected all parts of the world. In recent years, the types of courses related to aesthetic education on the MOOC platform have become more and more abundant, and most of them can be provided to the public for free. The large scale and openness of the MOOC integrates the high-quality teaching resources of aesthetic education in major universities at home and abroad to the greatest extent, and has great teaching advantages compared with traditional classroom teaching. It is found that most of the two major online education platforms currently have aesthetic education. The setting of courses is relatively simple, mainly based on theoretical forms such as Introduction to Art and Art Appreciation, and very few practical courses of basic art technology training are carried out for students. Implementation strategies for effective application of MOOC teaching under O2O mode. Hierarchical teaching, teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. The school's aesthetic education curriculum emphasizes universality. It is mainly a compulsory course for students from all majors in the school to strengthen college students' art education and strengthen their cultural and artistic literacy. The teaching is often based on the teacher's own professional expertise. The teaching content is mostly based on professional skills or theoretical knowledge. Aesthetic education courses in the sense. In addition, the solidification of the fault phenomenon in aesthetic education in our country has caused most students to have a weak artistic foundation, and only a few groups have certain art learning experiences. Therefore, judging from the courses provided by schools in the past, the group of students that can really serve is very limited. The above phenomenon inspires teachers to pay attention to the effective implementation of hierarchical teaching in the design of MOOC, so as to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Although there are many teaching resources related to aesthetic education on the internet, not all resources meet the learning needs of students. Because different students have different levels of learning ability and artistic literacy, there are also certain differences in their acumen to art skills learning and art appreciation in aesthetic education courses. It is recommended that teachers be able to formulate a systematic and complete evaluation plan for the subjects in the context of big data before the curriculum is set. FANG conducts scientific and effective evaluation and organizes students into 3 different levels of learning groups of junior, middle, and senior according to the test situation, and prepares teaching materials of different difficulties according to the level. Online and offline, dual teachers complement each other. In furthering the work of school aesthetic education, it is particularly important to speed up the construction of a curriculum system that meets the requirements. The core of the construction of a scientific and systematic curriculum system should be to improve the national quality and cultivate students' innovative spirit and practical ability. The O2O teaching model is innovated, and the aesthetic education curriculum system integrating the 3 classrooms is constructed. The offline skills teaching and on-campus practical activities are recognized as the second classroom, which mainly includes flipped classrooms, classroom teaching and explanation, skills exercises and practice, etc. Offline off-campus practical activities are recognized as the third classroom, mainly including practical performances, art venues, internships, etc. Form an internal cycle of online and offline aesthetic education and realize a teaching linkage system that supports practice with theory and then feeds theory with practice. Art theory courses can be set up in the form of MOOCs. The learners are restricted to complete all the video and material learning in accordance with the requirements of the online course and pass the classroom test and final assessment before they can receive theoretical credits. Online theoretical teaching transforms teachers' classroom lectures into online guided learning, and students change from passive learning in the classroom to active exploration online. In the early stage of online course construction, art teachers complete the formation of the production team and collect and organize the teaching content according to the course standards. Then, contact the shooting company to complete the shooting of all the teaching videos and use the rich audio, video, and animation techniques in the post-editing to build digital teaching resources that meet the needs of students and fit the network teaching situation. Process evaluation, focusing on individuality. Objective and fair teaching evaluation is a necessary condition for innovative O2O aesthetic education curriculum system. According to the characteristics of the teaching mode and the learning rules of art subjects, it is possible to consider changing the assessment criteria of students' academic performance from the previous normal performance, 30%, plus final assessment, 70%, form to a process evaluation method. A mature online teaching platform can monitor the entire process of students' online learning. Teachers can log into the background to control the length of time the students watch videos, the number of discussions and interactions, the completion of usual homework, and the final assessment results. Through the comprehensive performance of students in the whole learning process, the procedural evaluation results of students' theoretical academic performance are completed. All teaching links on the MOOC platform rely on limited teachers in the teaching team to monitor. MOOC's innovation in monitoring technology is necessary, adding new technologies such as face recognition, and identifying students in an intelligent way whether to complete the homework and test independently, and record the cheating student's score as invalid before the final evaluation, which can improve the efficiency of the teacher's process evaluation. In addition, for students who lack learning motivation, some reward mechanisms can be adopted in the evaluation process. Improve the guarantee mechanism of MOOC teaching quality. The role positioning of online and offline compound teachers. As a frontline art teacher, on the one hand, we still have the identity and role of the traditional offline teacher, face-to-face communication and interaction with students in the classroom, and use basic teaching skills such as singing, playing, jumping, drawing, and writing in art teaching. Guide students to experience artistic activities such as appreciation, creation, and performance. On the other hand, we should also strive to become online teachers, get rid of the limitations of traditional art classroom teaching, and carry out teaching activities related to information education technology by paying attention to understanding and applying art teaching resources on the internet, design, produce and teach by ourselves related MOOC videos, use the teaching platform to guide students in online teaching interaction, and use information technology to optimize the traditional art classroom. Schools should take practical and effective measures to actively encourage teachers to participate in various forms of MOOC training, from MOOC topic selection and curriculum content planning to resource integration and course recording, and finally provide comprehensive training for students on how to answer questions online. Further promote teachers to move closer to the new teaching platform and rationally complete the dual teaching tasks from online to offline. Exploration of aesthetic education resource sharing in the big data era. The introduction of a mixed teaching model in the aesthetic education system of higher vocational colleges has extended the time for students to study in class. Students can use fragmented time to carry out independent learning and solve the problem of insufficient time in traditional classroom teaching. At the same time, it also expands the learning space of students, providing students with a variety of teaching information such as videos, animations, images, and courseware. It is necessary for various colleges and universities to jointly discuss and formulate curriculum standards to regulate the quality of MOOC based on the actual learning situation of students and the actual development of aesthetic education in my country, and to monitor the quality of teaching. At the same time, it will further rely on NAS, network attached storage, to build a shared resource library of aesthetic education in the school. Teachers will automatically synchronize the high-quality art education resources collected by individuals to the network storage, benefiting more frontline art teachers. At the beginning, small-scale sharing in the teaching and research room was the main focus. In the future, it will be more ideal to gradually realize the sharing of resources across the school, so that more teachers and students can find effective resources for themselves in this rich educational resource library. Thanks for your listening.
Hello everyone, it's a great honor to be here at the EAI conference. I'm Yanjing, born in Hunan, China, in March 1983. I received my MS degree in Computer Application Technology from Sichuan Normal University in June 2009. I am working in Zhengzhou Technical College as a university lecturer now. My research focuses on intelligent information processing and pattern recognition. The title of my article is Adaptive Encryption Model of Internet Public Opinions Information Based on Big Data. With the rapid popularization of the Internet has become one of the main channels for the popularization and dissemination of public opinions. At the same time, due to the use and development of various network services, the carriers and content form of public opinion information also show the characteristics of diversification. The content of public opinion is not only loaded with news, comments, opinions forwarding, but also various multimedia public opinions, showing great uncontrollability. If Internet public opinion is guided and controlled by lawbreakers, it is likely to endanger social security and stability. In addition to mining and discussing effective information from network public opinions information in order to avoid the hidden dangers of social stability, network information security, and other problems caused by the leakage of public opinion information. It is also necessary to adopt effective means to encrypt network public opinion information. Therefore, based on the above analysis, this paper will build a big database network public opinion information adaptive encryption model. The following is the specific research process. The innovation part is that after mining the association rules of public opinion information, the encryption model of public opinion information is established, and the public opinion information is encrypted by logistic mapping. Because of the diffusion nature of its association rules, the encryption process of network public opinion information is adaptive. That is, automatic adjustment of parameters, which is also the focus of this paper. The crawler completes the crawling task through the downloaders module, the draw URL module, and the filter URL module in turn, which are iterative depending on the depth of the crawler site, and after the iteration executes the draw taxer model through the following process. 1. Web scrolling. 2. The process of extracting URL. 3. URL deduplication. 4. Text extraction. For the image in the public opinion information, firstly, needing to scramble the plain text image so that can change the pixel position of the image without changing the pixel value. Digital grayscale image is essentially a two-dimensional dimension array of pixel grayscale value. That is a matrix. If the matrix changes the value of the elements, it becomes another image. The purpose of scrambling is to rearrange the pixels of the original image to produce a new image. That is, to transform the position matrix of the original pixels into that of another permutation. Although the scrambled image looks very different from the original image, the histogram of the image does not change. In this paper, Magic Cube transform is used to process public opinion image using the rotation of the Rubik's Cube neutron block. The original surface of the Rubik's Cube will be completely disrupted by the idea, so that through the Rubik's Cube transform to achieve image scrambling, the increasing amount of online public opinion information has caused a lot of problems in protecting the security of public opinion data, and there are a lot of association rules between public opinion information. Alien attacker can collect the relevant public opinion information data by obtaining the association rules in the data. Therefore, before encrypting the public opinion data, it needs to mine and hide the association rules in the public opinion data. In this paper, a typical logistic map is used as a chaotic system for generating encrypted secrets. The logic map is as follows. The logistic map iterates through the following equations. Among them, T is the synchronization for the iteration time. For any T, xt is a member of 0 to 1. R is an adjustable parameter. When parameters R is a member of 0 to 4, you can ensure xt that the mapping is always inside 0 to 1. The equation exhibits different dynamic R-limiting behaviors with different parameters and changed. The encryption process steps are described below. Step 1. Treat the encrypted public opinion information plain text integer wavelet transform. Step 2. Select the parameters mu and initial value xo of the largest map. Replace it with the largest map. Get the chaotic sequence and discard the previous NO point, that is NO plus 1, from the NO plus value to be end. Step 3. The chaotic sequence obtained in step 2 is diffused and converted to a bin. The public opinion information after encryption and complete the encryption process. So far, it has completed the research on the construction of an adaptive encryption model of network public opinion information based on big data. In this simulation, it compares the big data-based adaptive encryption model with the traditional search-based encryption model and the homomorphic encryption model, and compare it with the traditional network information encryption model. Through comparative experiments, the paper validates and analyzes the above model of network public opinion information adaptive encryption based on big data. The simulation experiment to run procedures in Visual Studio 2014 as the development environment using the C+ programming language to achieve efficient experimental content. Take the text public opinion information as an example. The encryption effects of the three groups of information encryption model are shown in following Figure 1. This is Figure 1, comparison of text encryption. According to the above analysis, the experimental group encryption model can completely encrypt the text information, while the control group A model and the control group B model cannot encrypt the text completely. Specifically, the encryption effect of the control group A model is better than that of the control group B. The data of three kinds of network public opinion information encryption model are shown in the following table, and the relationship between the data in the table is analyzed. This is the table 1. Analysis of the above table shows that when the data is less than 35 GB, the time difference of three encryption model is less than 0.04 seconds. With increase of encrypted data, the time of B encryption increased rapidly, but time of other two groups increased slightly. When the data amount is less than 50 GB, the difference of encryption time between experimental group and control group A is less than 0.15 seconds. With the increase of encrypted data, the encrypted time of control group A increased rapidly, which is larger than that of control group B, and less than that of experimental group B. The average encryption time of the three encryption model is 1.23 seconds in the experiment, 1.475 seconds in the A model, and 1.544 seconds in the B model, respectively. Compared with the other two models, the experimental model can reduce encryption time by at least 20% on average. The correlation between plain text and cipher text before and after encryption of experimental group is lower than that of the other two groups, which shows that the experimental group has better encryption effect. Before and after the encryption of the transmission information, the authentication throughout of the public opinion data information in the network is shown in Figure 2, and the relationship between keywords is analyzed. This is Figure 2. Comparison of data authentication through port before and after encryption coding. According to the relationship between the curves in the graph above, the data authentication throughput of the experimental group is faster than that of the other two groups after encryption different data. Except for the experimental group model, the authentication throughput of the other two groups shows an increasing trend, while the authentication throughput of the experimental group tended to be stable after increasing for a period of time. The higher the authentication throughput is, the greater the encryption overhead of the encryption model is. It can be concluded from the above that the experimental group model can still guarantee a lower encryption overhead when encrypting data. To sum up, the big data-based network public opinion formation adaptive encryption model has the advantage of high encryption efficiency, good encryption effect, low cost, compared with traditional encryption model. Hello everyone, it's a great honor to be here at the EAI conference. I'm FANG Jiajuan, born in Hunan, China in June 1975. I am a professor with a master's degree in software engineering. I graduated from Hunan Normal University in July 1995. Majoring in computer science. I'm working in Zhengzhou Technical College now. My research direction is computer application. The title of my article is Simultaneous Localization of Multiple Defects in Software Testing based on Reinforcement Learning. When the software fails, it needs to locate the software defects, which is one of the most expensive activities in the software development process. Finding an efficient software defect location technology is an important research topic. At present, most of the software defect location methods mainly focus on the problem of internal defect location under the assumption of single defect, but not enough on the unknown number of defects and system testing. In this paper, making a deep research on these problems, and propose a multi-defect simultaneous localization method for software testing based on reinforcement learning. Innovation lies in the introduction of a genetic algorithm which transforms the candidate distribution population into a suspicious value of real program entity, and realizes the simultaneous localization of multiple defects in software testing, so as to enhance the superiority of genetic algorithm and improve the application performance of an evaluation index. Experimental results show that, compared with the average evaluation index of the exam methods, the evaluation index exam F of the proposed method is reduced by 1.19. and exam L reduced by 1.05, which shows that the proposed method has better positioning performance and is suitable for popularization. This is Figure 2. simultaneous localization architecture diagram for multiple defects in software testing. As shown in Figure 2, multi-defect localization in software testing is divided into two stages. The first stage uses genetic algorithms to initialize the multi-defect population, then performs selection, crossover, and mutation operator to generate new individuals and add them to the population. At the same time, the multi-OTI doubtful degree coefficient is used as the fitness value to evaluate the individuals and evolve into a new population. If the termination conditions are met, the final optimum multi-defect population will be obtained. Then enter the second stage according to the optional distribution of multiple defects in the program to get the corresponding entity suspicious ranking. The end of the algorithm. A promising reinforcement learning algorithm with genetic algorithm. So, genetic algorithm is used to search the optimal population and obtain the combination of defects in software testing. This section is divided into 4 stages, namely hitting set, chromosome coding, fitness value function, and genetic operator. The specific content of each stage as shown below. The tarantula and OTI formulate for the calculation of the degree of suspicion factor. Derives the degree of suspicion factor from the calculation of the spectrum information of the test cases and the results of the execution, thereby driving the degree of suspicion's value for each program entity. Then, the ranking list can be obtained by sorting the suspicious values of the program entities from high to low, and the developer can check the program in turn according to the list to find out the specific position of the defects in software program. The calculation formulas of tarantula and OTI measure the degree of suspicion of each statement, and this kind of method has a good effect in the case of single defect. However, in the actual process of software debugging, the program under test often contains many defects. Tarantula and OTI's list of suspicious ranking can be used as a reference in the case of multiple defects, but because they are not optimized For multiple defects, there are potential problem. The multi-OTI formula used in this study is an improvement on the OTI formula. For calculation, the OTI suspicious coefficient. There are multi-bugs in a program. There is a big differences from the assumption of a single bug program. So the method of this study is based on the following assumption. Hypothesis 1. The skepticism of a task distribution is proportional to the number of field use cases that the distribution can interpret. Hypothesis 2. The degree of doubt about a defect distribution is inversely proportional to the number of use cases through which the distribution can be interpreted. Hypothesis 3. Hypothesis 1 accounts for a larger population of the set suspicions formula. In the enhanced learning, using multi-OTI formula to evaluate a candidate defect distribution, hypothesis C. The more the candidate distribution can explain, the higher the suspected value is, and the more the candidate distribution is covered by the correct test case, the lower the suspect value is. At the same time, the number of defects included in the candidate distribution assumption is also a consideration index. Under the same coverage condition, the lower the number of defects, the higher a suspicion's value. Formula 2 defines the calculation method of the multi-OTI formula for calculation suspicious values. In Formula 2, phi C is the ability to interpret a field test case for a candidate defect distribution is actually the summation of the coincidental numbers of the program entity coverage of the field test case and the location of the exciting defect in the candidate defect distribution. PC is the ability of the defect distribution to interpret the correct test case. The selection operator is used to select the individuals that need to be cross-mutated and to determine the number of offspring that will eventually be generated. There are many selection operators in common use. There are random selection operators and roulette selection operators. In general, the higher the fitness value of an individual is, the more likely it is to contain a better gene. Therefore, the roulette selection operator is used in augmented learning to select the operated individual. Roulette selection operator is used to simulation the selection of individuals using the roulette wheel used in gambling, and the fitness value of each individual is converted to the probability of selection in proportion. The whole roulette wheel can be divided into NP sectors, and the percentage of the area of each individual sector to the total area of the circle shall be calculated by Formula 3. In the process of selection, need to set a parameter JJAP to specify the proportion of the selected individuals in the population. So it needs to select the JJAP times NP, number of times to get the individuals. To indicate the JJAP times NP number of unselected individuals in the population at the time of the previous selection, and NC to indicate an unselected individuals. C1 is the probability that an individual C will be selected in that selection may be calculated as follows. The crossover operator acts on the two selected individuals to generate new offspring by gene exchange between them. It chooses Sapphire crossover operator to apply to the crossover process of genetic algorithm because of the irregularity of many defects in the program. In the process of crossover, parameters are set PC to describe the probability of gene exchange between two individuals at the searching location, and the Sapphire crossover operator allows crossover at all locations. Because of the limitation of space, the mutation operator and the insertion step are not discussed again. In single defect location, an index is usually used to evaluate the validity of the method. The index returns the percentage of all statements that need to be checked before the defect statement is detected. For a given program under test, the smaller the value, the better the effect of detect location is. But in the multi-defect location, the single defect target is not completely suitable. Therefore, extend the definition to the evaluation of a multi-defect location method, which mainly includes exam F and exam L, which exam F returns the percentage of all statements that need to be checked before the first defect is detected, and exam L returns the percentage of statements that need to be checked before the last defect is detected. The evaluation indexes are shown in Table 4. Table 4, Table of Indicators of Evaluation. As shown in Table 4, compared with the average evaluation index value of existing methods, the proposed method exam F reduced 1.19 and exam L reduced 1.05, which fully indicate that the proposed method has better positioning performance. On reinforcement learning, this paper presents a new method of simultaneous defect location in software testing, which greatly reduced the evaluation index exam F and exam L, and provides more effective for software application.
Hello, my name is Prashant Srivastav, and I am an assistant professor in the area of computer science and engineering at NIT University, Rajasthan, India. The topic of my presentation is content-based image retrieval using local derivative Laplacian co-occurrence pattern. Nowadays, due to the invention of low-cost image capturing devices such as digital camera, smartphones, image capturing is very easy. Now, this has led to the creation of huge amount of images. Now, in order to access the images easily, in order to browse the images efficiently, it is very important that the images are properly arranged and organized. Now, how to find solution to such problems? Okay. So the field of image retrieval attempts to find solution to such kinds of problems. Okay. If we talk about image retrieval, the term image retrieval refers to searching and retrieval of images on the basis of query from large database. Okay. So this means that the query that we provide, image retrieval systems actually searches or looks for relevant images or similar images, and it produces the results accordingly. Now, the query that we provide can be in the form of either text, or it can also be in the form of image. Text-based retrieval systems actually make use of text and keywords in order to perform retrieval of images based on the text relevant to the image. Although such kinds of image retrieval systems are quite popular, but there are certain limitations that are associated with such kinds of retrieval systems. The first limitation is that the text-based retrieval systems are unable to retrieve visually similar images. And the second limitation is that it is practically very difficult to annotate or tag huge amount of images. Okay, so how to overcome such limitations? Now, there is another type of image retrieval system which is known as content-based image retrieval system, or in short, CBIR system. In CBIR system, instead of providing query in the form of text or keywords, the query is provided in the form of image or sketch of the image itself. Okay. So how content-based image retrieval works is that basically content-based image retrieval systems or CBIR systems makes use of features of image that are there in the image. Features of image means such as color, texture, and shape, or spatial features to look for similar images from large database. So basically how CBIR systems work. Okay. What CBIR systems do is that they accept query in the form of image And what they do is that they extract some important features from the image and they construct a feature vector from those images. That feature vector is actually matched with the feature vectors of the images that are there in the data set. And based on the similarity measurement, the similar images get retrieved. So here, the two limitations of text-based retrieval systems get overcome. First is that CBIR systems are very much capable of retrieving visually similar images, and also here we don't have to manually annotate huge amount of images. Now we come to image features, which means what are the features which are actually used by the CBIR systems in order to construct the features. We all know that image features are the parameters that define an image. Now, features can include both text-based features, they can include visual-based features. As I just said, that text-based features include keywords, annotations, text that are relevant to the image. Okay. Visual features, on the other hand, include those features which are visible in the image, such as color, texture, shape, and other spatial features. Okay. Now, as I just explained, that CBIR systems actually extract visual features from the image and they construct a feature vector based on which they attempt to retrieve visually similar images. Okay. Now, image is a complex structure. It means that it contains varying level of details. All right. Now, if we process single resolution of image in order to extract the varying level of details that are there in the image, we may not be that successful. Why? Because an image consists of varying level of details and processing of single resolution of image may not be sufficient to extract all those details. So instead of using single resolution of image to extract features, we make use of multiple resolutions of image in order to extract those varying level of details. Now, what does multi-resolution analysis of image mean? It means analysis and interpretation of image at more than one resolution of image. So here, instead of considering just single resolution of image, more than one resolutions of image is considered and they are utilized to extract features and construct feature vector. So basically, multi-resolution processing techniques tend to decompose image into multiple resolutions in order to construct feature vector. Now, what are the advantages that are associated with the usage of multi-resolution techniques for feature extraction? First of all, multi-resolution techniques have the advantage that those features that are left undetected at one scale of image get detected at another scale of image. This is one advantage. The second advantage is that multi-resolution techniques are capable of, you can say, they are capable of providing suitable resolutions for different objects that are there in the image. So in general, we can say that use of multi-resolution techniques prove to be more useful in case of feature extraction as compared to single resolution processing techniques. Now, there are a number of techniques which are used for multi-resolution feature processing. Some of them are wavelets, curvelets, contourlets, and many more. In our proposed method, we have actually made use of multiple features and combined them in order to construct a feature vector. We have made use of Laplacian of Gaussian. We have made use of local derivative pattern combined with gray level co-occurrence matrix in order to construct the feature vector. So the purpose of using Laplacian of Gaussian is to perform multi-resolution processing of image. Laplacian is commonly used for edge detection. But in case of Laplacian, we can say that Laplacian in its original form is not suitable for detecting edges in the image because of its sensitivity to noise. So instead, in order to overcome this drawback, the image is first blurred using Gaussian filter, and then after that, the blurred image is further subjected to calculation of the Laplace. Okay. So here in our case, Laplacian of Gaussian has been used to perform multi-resolution processing of image. Because LOG filtering, that means short form of Laplacian of Gaussian, is proves to be quite useful for multi-resolution processing of image. How do we perform multi-resolution processing? The multi-resolution processing of image is performed through convolution operation between kernels of different size and the image. So this results in a series of images at different resolutions. Now, the images that we have got at different resolutions can be further used for extracting features to construct feature vector for retrieval. The next feature that we have used is local derivative pattern, which is a very common, we can say, feature extraction technique, which is used to extract local information from the image. LDP is a feature extraction technique which is quite efficient in extracting local information from the image. Okay. So basically, local derivative pattern encodes higher order derivative information in different directions, unlike other local patterns such as LBP, that is local binary pattern. So what basically LDP does is that it extracts information in multiple directions to represent various distinctive relationships. Now we come to the proposed method that we have used to conduct our experiment. So the proposed method consists of the following steps. In the first step, we apply Laplacian of Gaussian on grayscale images in order to decompose them into multiple resolutions of image. This step is followed by computation of local derivative pattern descriptors of the resulting filtered image. Finally, the feature vector is constructed by computation of gray level co-occurrence matrix of LBP descriptors. Okay. So finally, the feature vector is constructed using gray level co-occurrence matrix, which is considered to be a very efficient feature descriptor, and it is much better as compared to histogram. And the final step in case of in this proposed method is similarity measurement, which is used to retrieve visually similar images. So similarity measurement is performed between the query image and the images that are there in the data set, and based on the similarity measurement of the feature vector, the relevant images get retrieved. Now, what are the advantages of the proposed descriptor? We have named the proposed descriptor as local derivative Laplacian co-occurrence pattern. The first advantage of this proposed descriptor is that it performs multi-resolution processing of image in order to extract features at more than one scale. Second advantage is that it extracts local information from image through local derivative pattern, which is capable of encoding higher order derivative information, unlike the LBP. Another advantage is that LOG filtering of image at multiple levels help in removal of noise, which may bring variations in local pattern descriptors. Also, LOG is not capable of extracting directional information, but LDP is very much capable of extracting information at multiple directions. So combination of LDP and LOG extracts local directional information at multiple scales of image. Finally, GLCM as used for constructing feature vector helps in getting details about spatial distribution of intensity values, which are generally not provided by other features such as histogram. In order to prove the effectiveness of the proposed method, we have considered two data sets, Coral 1K and Coral 5K. Coral 1K consists of 1000 images that are divided into 10 different categories, a total of 1000 images. And Coral 5K consists of images divided into 50 categories, thereby making up to 5000 images. The images of Coral 1K and Coral 5K have been resized in order to ease the computation process. In our experiment, we have considered each image of the data set as the query image in order to be fair. Now, if the retrieved images belong to the same category as that of the query image, the retrieval is considered to be successful. Otherwise, the retrieval is considered to be failed. The performance of the proposed method has been measured in terms of precision and recall. Precision, as we all know, is defined as the ratio of total number of relevant images retrieved to the total number of images retrieved, and recall is defined as the ratio of total number of relevant images retrieved to the total number of relevant images that are there in the data set. Then precision and recall has been computed for each category, and retrieval is considered to be good if the values of precision and recall are high. So after performing the experiment, we get the following result, and from the result it can be observed that the values of recall and precision increase with the level of resolution. Why? It is because of the multi-resolution analysis of the images, such that the features that are left undetected at one level get detected at another. So this actually results in the overall increase in the values of precision and recall. Now, the effectiveness of the proposed method has been demonstrated after its performance is compared with some of the other state-of-the-art methods. And when compared with some of the recent state-of-the-art methods, it is clearly observed from these two tables that the proposed method performs much better than some of the other state-of-the-art image retrieval methods. So in the end, I would like to conclude by saying that this particular proposed method actually combined multiple features to propose a descriptor which was capable of extracting local information at more than one resolution of image. And the advantage of this descriptor is that the features that are left undetected at one scale get detected at another scale. Now, so in case some of the features that get undetected at one scale, they get detected at another scale. And in the end, I would say that the feature vector was constructed using GLCM to retrieve visually similar images. The proposed method can be further improved by involving a better multi-resolution technique such as contour-led transform and better local pattern descriptors in order to further increase the retrieval accuracy. Also, incorporating some of the intelligent techniques such as deep learning can not only further improve its accuracy, but can also help in extraction of semantic features. So these are some of the references. Thank you very much.
Research on industrial product modeling design method based on deep learning EAI Intelligent Chapter Arts and Crafts Vocational College Fujian Chapter 362500 China XOIX at on ECXTHRE.com. 1. Introduction. Industrial design was born in the process of evolution from handicraft economy to industrial economy. Since the birth of modern design, there have been controversies about the relationship between form and function in design, affected by large-scale industrialization. The design masterpiece slogan "Less is more" was highly respected once it was put forward. From modernism to internationalism, function is always the first element of design. Due to the post-war turmoil and the development of science and technology, postmodernism and P-up style, represented by pop style, have gradually become popular and replaced modernism 1-2. They pursue the expression of form and pure decoration. Although the strand of formalism is very exploratory, it soon declines because it violates the economic law of industrial production. The new modernism and multiple design styles after that are diversified explorations after the game of form and function of design. Nowadays, the function and form in industrial design are no longer simply opposites. The harmonious unity of the two is the trend of modern industrial product design. In the process of industrial product design, the conflict arising from the fusion of shape and structure ensures that the product realizes its function, and at the same time, through the shape design, the competitiveness of the product in the market is guaranteed. In recent years, in addition to being widely used in the field of engineering technology, the research on deep learning has also developed a variety of application versions in other non-technical fields such as teaching. These new studies find that deep learning is very useful in non-technical fields from a certain angle. Product modeling design is an interdisciplinary subject. In addition to the technical field, it also extends to many non-technical fields, such as aesthetics and psychology. This article focuses on and expects to solve the main problems. How deep learning should be applied to effectively solve the technical and non-technical modeling design problems. In terms of theoretical research, compared with the United States, Russia and other countries, the promotion of deep learning education has penetrated into secondary schools, even primary schools. The gap is indeed obvious. In China, the related courses of deep learning education are only opened in a few colleges and universities, and the practical application defects in the business sector are even greater. In the current year, EAI on deep learning 3 category is limited to theoretical research and academic discussion. This situation should be paid attention to. The core content of product design methodology is innovative methods. The theoretical development and methods of modern product design urgently need to apply the theoretical research results of deep learning to the process of product modeling design. It is foreseeable that the only way for enterprise design innovation in my country is the gradual promotion and application of deep learning research results in actual production. For in order to use virtual reality technology to model the appearance of industrial products, so as to facilitate the use of its advanced human-computer interaction technology to improve the efficiency of product modeling design. This paper proposes a method of industrial product modeling design based on virtual reality technology. Firstly, the influencing factors and aesthetic principles of industrial product modeling design are analyzed, and the overall framework of virtual design environment is constructed. Then, the stereo vision model is established, and the virtual environment is created by the virtual reality development platform. Finally, the effect analysis of product modeling in virtual environment is given. By applying virtual technology to product modeling design, product modeling and human-computer interaction effects can be evaluated and improved before product manufacturing, so as to shorten the development cycle and reduce production costs. In order to effectively improve the efficiency of product modeling design, Li learned 5 designed an industrial product modeling design system based on improved differential evolution algorithm. Firstly, the process and logical process of product modeling GNO analyzed, and then the specific system workflow is given according to the functional structure of requirements. Finally, the improved differential evolution algorithm is proposed and applied to product modeling design. The system software is implemented by Net Development Platform. The system running test results show that the system can assist designers to design industrial products and provide a good technical support for further innovation design. Li Jiajuan 6 in order to solve the problem of brand characteristics of product modeling in industrial design, he proposed a product modeling design method based on brand image, and explores the correlation between corporate brand image and product modeling design. Carry out modeling design research with hydraulic excavator as a research object. Locate product modeling image according to brand image characteristics. Develop product modeling with brand image characteristics. Realize sustainable innovation of product modeling design under brand culture. And further enhance product market competition strength and brand recognition. Have verified product modeling design method based on the corporate brand image. Yin Kwee et al. 7 explores the application of three-dimensional anthropometry technology in the design of wearable products. Methods based on the introduction of the concept of fitness. The new characteristics of the combination of 3D anthropometry technology and wearable products design were analyzed in view of the human body data challenges encountered in the design practice of wearable industrial products, and the product adaptation design strategy based on 3D anthropometry was summarized. Conclusion: more detailed data, information and knowledge of human body can be obtained through 3D anthropometry technology, which can improve the adaptability of wearable products design and better explain the user-centered design concept. Based on the above research background, this paper applies deep learning to industrial product modeling design, analyzes the modeling structure of industrial products through right-angle modeling, oblique angle modeling, and special-shaped modeling, and transforms the projection through the calculation method of the model. In the three-dimensional distribution area of the product, the image at the largest pixel is processed by texture segmentation, and the 3D geometric model of industrial product modeling design is constructed to realize the industrial product modeling design. The effectiveness of this method is verified by simulation experiments. 2.1.1 Analysis of right-angle modeling of industrial products in deep learning elements. Right-angle modeling is divided into 3 cases. The first is that all 4 corners are right angles. The second is the upper right angle, the lower bevel or rounded corners. The third case is the lower right angle, the upper one bevel or rounded corners line. Right-angle modeling is widely used in textile machinery design and CNC machine tools. Because of its less change in shape, we need to pay attention to the change and unity in the use of modeling. Right-angle modeling gives people a neat aesthetic feeling, but in product design, it is easy to appear that the modeling is too neat. to unified and unchanged, which makes the product modeling appear dull, boring and lack vividness. In the shape change, when designing a single object, its shape is determined by its structural characteristics. When unifying its shape, the product can be changed appropriately, such as adding decorative lines and chamfering for serialized products. Because its different product structures and functions determines a different form as of products, resulting in differences in the sense of form. The main task of its appearance design is to use various elements to form a unified set of products under the premise of change. However, it should be noted that the function of the product itself should not be affected by blindly seeking unity, or the processing technology of the product is complex and the cost is high. The structure, function, industry and other factors of industrial products determine the objective conditions of product modeling. When changing and unifying, the following TDO principles should be followed. 10. The proportion of segmentation should be coordinated and unified. The proportion relationship between the whole and the parts, the power and the parts, the power and the detail of the same product should be selected as much as possible, so as to strengthen the interrelation between the various parts. The unity of proportion can strengthen the rationality and make the product design achieve a unified overall effect. The unity of linear style and color. Regardless of what kind of product is designed, the overall shape of the product is regarded as a whole. The overall contour line and the contour lines between the parts of the product should be roughly the same, and the line type needs to be divided into primary and secondary. The color is unified to form a whole with the line type. 2.1.2 Analysis of oblique angle modeling of industrial products. To some extent, the bevel shape is a transformation of the right angle shape. In the case of the right angle shape structure unchanged, in order to break the rules of the shape, the product shape is cut or chamfered. In terms of styling, pay attention to the proportion of the product, the relationship between the overall length, width, and height of the product and the relationship between the whole and the parts, and the part and the parts. The good ratio is not produced through intuition and estimation, but conforms to the corresponding scientific laws. In the deep learning elements, the oblique modeling is divided into the upper oblique angle, the lower right angle, the upper right angle, and the four corners or all oblique angles. In recent years, people have less choice for all the corners for right angle modeling, adding the oblique angle and fill it into the line, making the streamline modeling more formal. At the same time, the cultural characteristics of the enterprise and the condition of the brand should be fully considered in the design. In modeling, overlap, segmentation, moving and adjacency are used to change. In terms of segmentation, large-scale equipment usually adopts digital scale and hierarchical scale. The digital ratio is N. It is a proportional relationship established by integer multiples. Its basic form is a rectangle, which is very helpful for the design of large industrial products. The hierarchical ratio is the connection between the midpoints of each adjacent side of the geometric shape. Therefore, a reduced version under the same form is formed, and a county, forming a hierarchical system, which is of great help to product redesign. 2.1.3 Analysis of abnormal shape of industrial products. The special shape is a form with a large change, and most of it is a large angle chamfer or slope to obtain a change in appearance. Shapes tend to feel stable, and some shapes with large changes feel bulky. Stability. One has two basic meanings in terms of product appearance. One is that the weight of the product itself meets the conditions of stability. The other is visual stability, and the appearance of the product pays attention to weight, not only to meet the actual stability of the product, but also to meet the visual stability. Therefore, in the design, the sense of weight should also be consistent with the actual situation, as well as the integrity of the precision, not only the structural stability, but also to make the product shape-like and have a sense of speed. Large-scale equipment or all products of industrial assembly line operation. In the aspect of appearance modeling, the selection of materials should be fully considered under the condition of meeting the modeling rules. The combination of different materials can produce different sense of quantity. Attention should be paid to the stability of the shape when modeling. In special shaped product modeling, it is necessary to ensure the balance of
Hello everyone, I am honored to have the opportunity to address you on this special occasion. The topic of my paper is Intelligent Monitoring Method for Backstage Data Security of Tourism Information Promotion Platform based on cloud computing. The outline of my talk as follows. The first part, I want to introduce the background of this research. The second part suggests the intelligent monitoring method for backstage data security. The third part is analysis of experimental results. At last, a simple conclusion is given. Well, let's move on to the first part of this topic. First is the introduction. In order to avoid the problems of low efficiency and unsafe operation of information monitoring of tourism information promotion platform, and improve the monitoring ability and response effect of platform, an intelligent data security monitoring method based on cloud computing is proposed. It focuses on the combination of RTL 8019AS controller and MSP430 processor to monitor the tested data. The innovation lies in optimizing the error monitoring and the data in transmission mode of the tested data, reducing the unsafe factors of the information platform, striving for the better monitoring ability and responsibility, and ensuring the monitoring security of the tourism information promotion platform. Next, it's the most important of my presentation. It contains three parts. First, optimization of functional structure of backstage intelligent monitoring platform for data security of tourism information promotion platform. Second, is the tourism information promotion platform background data security intelligent monitoring data collection. Third, is the realization of intelligent data monitoring of tourism promotion platform. Now let's begin the first. Optimization of functional structure of backstage intelligent monitoring platform for data security of tourism information promotion platform. The configuration of the data monitoring platform is optimized, and the structure is shown as in Figure 1. The connection bus adopts the first in, first out queuing method, and realizes the collection of the data transmitted by the nodes and the safety status data of the monitoring nodes in the monitoring platform of tourism information promotion. In the initial collection of the monitoring platform of tourism information promotion platform, the data collection module transmits the data directly to the synchronous RAM of RTL 8019AS controller, saves the collected data. Based on this, the function of structure of backstage intelligent monitoring platform for data security of tourism information promotion platform are standard as follows. As shown in the figure 3, the connection bus based on RTL 8019 as controller can not only successfully connect the platform with the tourism information promotion platform, but also connect the data acquisition module with the process module and transmit the data to be tested in the data acquisition module to the processing module. The external interface of intelligent monitoring platform is the external processing circuit of the data to be tested. Users can choose different processing circuits according to their own needs. The input and output device is provided to the platform manager. The processing flow of the MSP 430 processor so as to respond to the updating speed of unsafe factors in the monitoring of the tourism information promotion platform. Next is the tourism information promotion platform background data security intelligent monitoring data collection. The data collection module of intelligent monitoring for data security is optimized. The functional structure of the module is shown as follows. The monitoring platform designed for the tourism information promotion platform has data management, monitoring, behavior prediction, network management, monitoring management, and other functions. The flow of intelligent monitoring data transmission, reception, and processing is as follows. When the monitoring platform of tourism information promotion platform monitors the movement of transmitting monitoring data in the processing module, the platform will call the transmission module to intercept and retrieve the data packet. ARP is the address resolution protocol. Each platform monitoring data should contain the corresponding network address, convenient for users to locate the monitoring results. The data with the correct network address is called ARP packet. If the monitoring data is not an ARP packet, it is necessary to inquire about the parameters of the ARP packet. Find out the corresponding network address, input the address into the monitoring data, and form a normal network packet to be transmitted to the user terminal. If the platform is unable to find the network address corresponding to the monitoring data, the monitoring data may be infected by the unsafe data in the monitoring of the tourism information promotion platform, which leads to the loss of some important data and is not effectively monitored by the processing module. 3 is the realization of the intelligent data monitoring of tourism promotion platform. First of all, we need to confirm application of service as a software as a service, data security intelligence monitoring, and then classify the page types in SaaS service into different categories. Then we use Selenium-driven automatic crawler to monitor the data security in the process of visiting the page to monitor the geometry structure of the HTML code after the page is completely rendered and compute the information needed in the process of constructing the geometry. According to the type of the page, different algorithms are used to extract the data part of the page, format the data part, provide the data to the monitor, and transfer the data to the database. Classical database security technology, intelligent data security monitoring, such as identity authentication, access control, view, mainly focuses on checking the identity and authority constraints of external users, and intelligent data security monitoring in order to determine the legality of users of their operations. Intelligent data security monitoring, identity authentication, and access control, taking prevention as the center of passive security mechanism. Data security intelligent monitoring, backup, recovery, restores the data after being invaded and destroyed. Based on this, data intelligent security monitoring security processing steps, optimization of tourism promotion platform are as follows. First is peripheral monitoring, network security. Next is database security. Next is database security monitoring. At last is database intrusion detection. And 3, it is the analysis of experimental results. In the process of testing the monitoring capacity of the platform, 5 kinds of unsafe data were given randomly, and 5 unsafe monitoring nodes were placed in the tourism information promotion platform using the sensor security monitoring method. H235 protocol security monitoring platform, and this method, the monitoring process of the above tourism information promotion platform is monitored for 24 hours. The monitoring results are as follows. The above table shows that the sensor safety monitoring method and this method can accurately monitor the unsafe data in the tourism information promotion platform, while the H235 protocol safety monitoring method does not monitor the unsafe data numbered. For the monitoring time of the 3 platforms, the lowest efficiency is sensor safety monitoring, and the highest efficiency in these platforms. The response effect is the foundation of the monitoring platform for tourism information promotion. In the response effect test, the response time of the monitoring data is selected to test the response effect. The response time of the 3 platforms is recorded respectively, as shown in below figure. The response effect is according to the response curve in the graph. The response effect of census security monitoring method is higher than that of its 3 to 5 protocol security monitoring method. The response time of this method is short, and fluctuation is not obvious, and the response effect is the best among 3 platforms. At last, let's see the conclusion. 1. The intelligent monitoring method of background data security of tourism information promotion platform is optimized. 2. The RTL 8019 AS controller is used to collect the transmission data and security status data of monitoring nodes in the monitoring of the tourism information promotion platform, providing the data to be tested in a unified format for the processing module. At last, safety monitoring of the data to be tested. Experimental results show that the designed platform has strong monitoring ability and good response effect. Thank you for everyone to listening. This is all I want to share to you, everyone.
Enterprise financial risk early warning system based on catastrophe progression method. Number 1. Introduction. In recent years, the economic environment of our country has been developing towards globalization. The risk factors in the economic environment are increasing day by day. High returns are corresponding to high risks. In process of pursuing profit maximization, companies will inevitably face the challenges brought by risks. If they fail to actively respond to financial risk in scientific and effective manner, they will probably fall into the financial crisis or even eventually go bankrupt. In recent years, more and more companies in the capital market flash in the pan caused academic and practical areas of attention, began to explore how to keep the smooth state of the company continue to operate. In fact, the company from normal operation. To the finally bankrupt will go through a gradual deterioration process. There are many influence factors, possibly due to the allocation of resource, financing, cash management, and many other factors. And these factors are usually significant in the financial performance. Therefore, the establishment of financial early warning system. The use of early warning indicators to help companies discover the financial risk, predicting the company's business potential problems in order to timely deal with to prevent financial crisis. As for the financial early warning, foreign scholars have been leading the research. In contrast, our country's relevant theoretical discussion and practical application are relatively weak, which leads to the lack of reliable theoretical support and model reference for our country's enterprise financial early warning practice, often copying directly the research results of foreign earlier period, and cannot will adapt to the status quo of our enterprises. At the same time, the traditional financial early warning system is basically based on the actual basis of accounting information, and its ability to reveal the actual operation of the enterprises is bounded to be restricted by the inherent limitations of accounting itself. In addition, the traditional financial early warning system usually only focuses on the static analysis of cross-section data, cannot be very good reveal the gradual process of crisis deterioration, and too much emphasis on complex mathematical model construction, which increases the difficulty of implementation of enterprise and affects the actual application effectivity of financial early warning research results. Thus, it's urgent to explore the financial early warning system with the reliable information foundation, dynamic monitoring, scientific, practical, and applicable need. Therefore, this paper proposes a financial risk-on system based on care transfer progression method through the design of hardware to support the operation of the system. In the software part, the abrupt progression method is adopted to mean the abnormal operation state, and the correlation of the financial data of the risk state is calculated. According to the seed residual value of the risk warning, the dynamic warning of the risk is realized. The timely warning of the financial crisis is realized. The interference of the noise on the disk warning is solved, and the warning result is more accurate. Number 2, hardware design of enterprise financial risk warning system. 1. Structured design of early warning platform. The hardware platform of risk warning system can be designed into 4 models, which are microprocessor and memory model, reset and power conversion model, peripheral interface model, and sensor single precision model. The peripheral interface model includes serial interface circuit, GTAG interface circuit, USB interface circuit, buzzer alarm interface circuit, sensor single preprocessing model. The hardware bank plan of the engineering prototype is encapsulated in a box to meet the requirements of selling. The interface between the power supply and the sensor is based on the original analog interface, which realizes good compatibility with the machine and reduce the cost of the system transformation. The results of the integrated function of the setting chip are as follows. Under the integrated function control, as shown in the table above, a risk early warning platform shall be established, and the structure of the risk early warning system shall be as follows. Figure 2. Under the structure of the early warning platform shown above, the hardware collection circuit structure is designed. 2. Hardware collection circuit In order to improve the accuracy of AD conversion, IDC uses a separate power circuit through the circuit filter and shading measures to remove bare interference from the PCB board. This mode, also known as the off mode, is constructed as shown in the following illustration. Figure 3. In the regulatory circuit structure shown above, all registers are reset except for the reset flag in the clock-controlled CSR and the spare registers. The resulting reset circuit structure is shown in the following Figure 4. After designing the hardware structure of the early warning system, the software part of the early warning system is designed. Number 3. Software design of enterprise financial risk warning system. 1. Meaning abnormal running state by using abrupt progression method. When diagnosing the running state of real-time free control system, the data of abnormal running state of the system shall first be mined, and the mining process shown in the following figure shall be followed Figure 5. The mining process shown in the figure above, supported by the historic parameters of the operation state of the enterprise financial system, preprocesses the selected data. The deletes redundant and inconsistent cleaning data, and unifies the standards for operation state data. The financial system of an enterprise contains a financial system which defines the relationship between the financial value output and the risk financial value. The expression formula is as follows. In the above calculation formula represents the time series of sliding windows. Set the confidence limits and the warning index. 2. Process for achieving early warning. In order to prevent the weak correlation between the above selected state data and the calculated confidence limits, the normal operation state of the area risk warning system and the correlation between the calculated state data. The calculation formula is as follows. According to the above definitions, the relationship between the financial data of the enterprise and the running time of the system is obtained, as shown in the following Figure 6. Based on the above research and analysis, the final design of the enterprise financial risk warning system based on transfer series method. Number 4. System testing. 1. Building test environment. When building a test environment, use a computer with known parameters. The selected computer parameters are shown in the following table. And the parameters shown in the table above, using Windows CE drivers, can be structurally divided into native driver and stream driver. Local drivers are generally used for built-in low-level device managed by GWES. Generally in the system boot is loaded. in the registry also has the corresponding configuration information. The interface to implement them are not uniform, and the development process is relatively complex. See the development process for the software as shown below Figure 7. In the software development environment shown in the figure above, after connecting to the CDN server, set up the test environment shown in the Figure 8. In the above test environment, we use the traditional risk early warning system, and the designed early warning system to compare the performance of the three types of early warning system. 2. Analysis of test results. Based on the above experiment preparation, the selected financial risk of enterprise shall be transformed into data source and input into the risk warning system. When the corrected dimensions and measurements are corrected, the risk warning information and the same level shall be cached, and repeated requests for the same risk warning system shall be made 20 times, and the time from the initiation of the requests to the return of the data of the three risk warning system shall be recorded. The task request time results of the three risk warning system as follows. Figure 9. Under the same level of enterprise financial risk information, the task request time of the traditional risk early warning system is the longest, and the average task request time is about 220 minutes under 10 times of requests. The average task request time of the risk early warning system is about 180 minutes, and the request time is relatively short. The average task request time of the financial risk early warning system designed in this paper is about 90 minutes, which greatly corrects the shortcoming of the two existing risk early warning systems. The average task response time of the risk early warning system is about 45 minutes compared with the existing risk early warning system. The risk early warning system is the fastest to deal with the financial level data. Based on the above experiment results, the risk early warning system designed in this paper has the shortest task request time and the largest accuracy rate. Number 5. Concluding remarks. Design an early warning system of enterprise financial risk based on transfer progression method can provide more scientific, reliable, and practical early warning system for enterprise, improve the ability of management, help operators to monitor the financial status and operation of enterprise in real time, explore and construct an early warning system of enterprise financial risk which is scientific, reliable and practical, and provide thorough and measured reference for enterprise financial early warning management. research on transportation route planning method of regional logistics network based on transfer learning. Number 1. Introduction. With the rapid growth of the overall scale and the rapid expansion of infrastructure in China's logistics industry, the problems of unscientific resource allocation and application, and imprecise design of operation processes have exposed, resulting in the low operation efficiency and high comprehensive cost of the traditional regional logistics network transportation path planning method, and the operation management mechanism and construction theory and method are difficult to meet the needs of the rapid development of the logistics industry. Aiming at the problem of traditional methods, a regional logistics network transportation route planning method based on migration learning is proposed. Based on transfer learning, this study explores the transportation path planning method of regional logistics network, optimize the transportation path by means of data modeling, and focus on solving the methods of reducing transportation time and cost on each transportation node, and improving the feasibility of the optimal path. From the strategic planning level of network optimization and the tactical planning level of transportation serve design, this paper puts forward the optimization theory and method to strengthen the coordination of regional logistics network transportation and improve the system operation efficiency. The experiment results show that the method in this paper effectively reduced the transportation cost and time of the regional logistics network, and its application performance is significantly better than traditional methods. Number 2. Design of transportation route planning method. Logistics network optimization is the design and optimization of all links and elements of the logistics network. Regional logistics route optimization is a key part of overall optimization of regional logistics. Through specific analysis of the relevant theories and algorithms design of route optimization, the research finds solutions to regional logistics route optimization, the idea and method of the problem. Therefore, in view of the inability to select the optimal route in the traditional transportation route method and absorb the high transportation cost, migration learning is used to optimize the transportation route method of the regional logistics network, and the collected data is analyzed by algorithms to realize the transportation route planning method. 1. Construction of transportation paths node in regional logistics network. Transfer learning is a machine learning method that uses a model for task development as an initial point and reuse it in another development model. In the computer vision tasks and natural language processing task of deep learning, it's a common method to use the pre-trained model as the starting point of the new model. Usually, these pre-training models have consumed huge time resource and computing resource when developing neural networks, and transfer learning can transfer the acquired power skills to the related modeling process, thereby reduce time and resource consumption. For this reason, based on the transfer learning serial, the data collection process of the transportation route is shown in Figure 1. The construction of logistics node in the regional logistics network based on migration learning is to screen multiple logistics nodes in regional logistics. The selection of logistics nodes is the focus of the construction of the entire logistics network. According to the construction ideas and principles, the final regional logistics node is selected by considering the method of transfer learning. The specified process is as follows. First of all, the internal cause of regional logistics network is the internal structure of logistics network, namely point, line, and surface. The essence of screening of logistics nodes based on internal factors, especially the selection of regional hub logistics node, is to analyze, evolve, and optimize the regional logistics network structure characteristics, especially in the regional logistics network structure relationship characteristics and regional logistics network optimization model. Secondly, in the same region, due to the different economic development level and social and economic conditions of each region similarly, the status of logistics nodes in region logistics system is different. It's necessary to comprehensively consider these external factors affecting the selection of logistics node level. The logistics node with different scales, functions, levels, and service scopes selected according to internal and external factors constitute a relatively distinct region logistic node system. Screen different nodes and determine the specific tasks and skills by determining the layout of each node in the entire region logistics network. To determine the objective function of the transportation path. Based on the above transfer learning, the transport path planning model is constructed. In the transportation process of collection, based on the above assumption, integrate the above two formulas to obtain the objective function of the transportation route planning result, and use this as the basis for the optimal route selection. 3. Selection of optimal scheme for transportation route planning of regional logistic network. Using the transportation path planning model constructed above as the basis of the routing planning, the paper optimisms the transportation path of regional logistics network by means of translation and obtaining an optimal path. Path planning is carried out from the source node. Simulation planning is carried out on the next node by using the transfer learning. And the above process is repeated to obtain the optimal path. In this design, part of the path selection operation is designed, and the specified process is as follows. The selection operation is to select individuals with higher fitness values from the population individuals in the previous step to ensure that the genetic algorithm approaches the optimal solution. In the selection operation, the greater the chromosome fitness value, the greater the probability of being selected. That is, the better feasible solution individual can get a greater survival probability. Number 3, experiment and analysis. In order to verify the feasibility of the regional logistic network transportation route planning method based on transfer learning, the following experiments are designed. 1. Experiment environment setting. 2. Experimental process setting. 3. Analysis of result. According to the experiment process set above, the method set in the text and the traditional method data are counted in the form of a table. It can be said intuitive from the table 2 that compared to the traditional path planning method, the regional logistics network transportation path planning method designed in this paper consumes less time and cost. Analyzing figure 3, it can be seen that the traditional route planning methods has the phenomenon of line duplication during the vehicle transportation process, so that it consumes more time and cost and cause a waste of force. Therefore, the transportation route planning method designed in the article is better than the traditional method. The analysis of figures 4 shows that the stability coefficient of logistic transportation paths under this method is significantly higher than that of traditional methods, which indicates that this method can reduce the influence of interference factors on path planning, thus improving the effectiveness of this method. Number 4, concluding. In the traditional transportation route selection process, due to the uncontrollable of the road information, the vehicle cannot choose the optimal path in the transportation process, which increases the transportation cost to a certain extent. In order to reduce the cost of time and money, regional logistics network transportation adopts transfer learning as the basis of transportation path planning to carry out path planning. Through the above experiment results, we can see the results of the transportation path planning in this paper are better than the traditional methods. We should vigorously promote the transportation path planning method in the future regional logistics network so as to better reduce the various costs of regional logistics network transportation and improve economic benefits.
Hello, my name is Jiajuan. My title is Decision of Descriptive Hybrid Pipeline Multimedia Edit Schedule System. So my paper contents include 6 parts. 1. Abstract. 2. System decision ideas. 3. Hardware decision. 4. Software decision. 5. Experiment and research. 6. Summary and prospect. So we have to 1. Abstract. 1.1. Reason. The tractor actually schedule system in the multimedia artery schedule work. The schedule scope is very small, resulting in poor schedule effect. 1.2 Solution. A new distributed hybrid pipeline multimedia assistant schedule system is designed, and the hardware and the software of the system are designed respectively. Hardware part many decision is collector, control, and processor. So the head select the TSDA 523. The control adapt the LPI control. The processor sets the AN176. And the software part is completed, include information collection and information position and information dispatching. And 2 system decision ideas. A distributed hybrid pipeline multimedia assistant schedule system is designed, which can simulate the schedule structure, solve the schedule problem of the distributed hybrid pipeline, and solve the precision matching the actual production so it has stringent availability. In addition, for the adaptive teaching is used to automatically adjust the coursework probability and mutation probability and active disruption stop math is used to shorten the computation time and improve the algorithm factory experimentation result so that the system has strong scalability. Hardware decision about 4 parts. 4 is a picture The figure 1 hardware structured diagram of distributed mixed pipeline multi-accession schedule system. So we can control 1, control 2, position, past position, and control 1 TSDA 523 chips, and the second part control 2 LPI control chip, and the third part position AN176 position chip, and the fourth past position control media. And we for example one part a hardware decision 3.1 decision of control. The controllability through the control of the battery of artery information to complete the sub-room control. And actually, information has anchor decision loop that maximizes the use of information. The information analyzing system is designed to the integrate, which makes the system very reliable and greater reduce the difference of dispatching. Fact 2 control. We can in the middle TSDA 523 actually lane chip, and 3.2 control decision. In this paper, the interval structure of SRM control is optimized, and the new structure of SRM control for 4 minutes is developed, which solves the problem of complex intro structure to traditional control, and strengthens the use of motive. The left and the right layout contains the main compute of the control with the control circuit of the electric pipeline, and the multi-team board and the control internal are provided with upper and lower paths to control the number of receptor board and bridge and the power device. The computational model and the power model are connected by DC bus, with the connected with 3 connections and connectors, and the remains 5 connectors and connected with the power model. 6 connectors are master at the front and end of the control housing, and to the posted on the control side wall. Process decision. Many different network particles have been transplanted in the expecting embedded system. Network transmission is more efficient and reliable than other transmission methods, so this paper chose to send and receive data by network transmission. Also, the embedded process decision in the paper is the same. The bus can be up to 24. The frequencies can reach 50 and integrated with multi-vocational models. High performance and agro-low power consumption are the characteristics of the chip, which can work and versus frequencies and support zero-state waiting. For software decision, wireless computing technology is used to connect thermal equipment and to the computing data center SIM. Wireless computing has strong computing ability and can compute various kinds of information. 4.1 Wireless competition. The data shall be arranged according to the combination order of the connections, and the data that conform to the system control interval shall be adjusted, and the adjustment requirements should be set for analysis. K is the adjusted result pattern. P is the system operation interval parameter. A is the component of the value. F respected is the dispatch strength research date. G represents the date parameter computation. N represents the research date over quarterly. FT represents the for computation completion value. I represents the date parameter. ARGTI represents the repetition count of the exciting length of the node G. E1G respecting the computation amount received by the node G. Beta RGT is the primary computation researching the response count of the exciting load of the node. E2G is the primary cofactory respecting the computation amount of the node G. BP respecting retail end of the power system, which is user fixed. CRGT according to formulates 3 and 4 is the petition to divide the corresponding code to the demand to reduce electronic part PIJT. 5. Experiment and research. Type 1 experiment project include node value, optician data route, signal transmission power, time interval, some node experiment time, network channel bandwidth, and data 25 Mbps, 0.05W, 100 ms. Second, 6 seconds, 20 minutes. So during the due to the use of full computation, the system can collect of the information distributed for DAS attribute so that all the information can be saved the net code. Given the stored position and other operation, the system relieves more one local device than one the server, which relates the system's requirement on the server and provides the system's fault tolerance and enables the system to contain a lot of information in a short time. In the case of the small number of schedules, the each time delay rate of the two systems is small, but the access time delay rate of the schedule system is lower than that of the reputational system. With the increase of the number of system access time delay rate, the reputational system increase access time delay rate increase repeat because the reputational decision operators cannot meet the needs of the large number of experimental data through the study, and the contrastation between the more data led to high approach time rate. Summary and prospect. In this paper, the decision of schedule system is divided into two parts: hardware decision and software decision. Hardware decision and software decision. In the practice of hardware decision, we classify the modules according to the problem of the hardware computations and operates the data according to the corresponding models, so as to improve the effect of system operation and reduce unnecessary time loss. Software decision. We use the web computing technology and control the data collected to release the transformation of the system program and release the decision of whole system. The scaling system decision in this paper can innovate the effective of the system to a high degree, expanded the scope of the system data to provide users with more computation operation servers, but still need to strengthen the operation of the system to promote the overall system research to the better state.
The title of my thesis is Intelligent Schedule of Distributed Displacement Pipeline Based on Hybrid Discrete Drosophila Optimization Algorithm. This report includes 6 parts. Part 1 may contain all the article. Part 2 problem description. Part 3 local research based on hybrid discrete Drosophila optimization algorithm. Part 4 design of intelligent scaling scheme for 3 distributed permutation pipeline. 5 simulation experiments. Part 6 conclusion. Part 1 may contain all the article. In order to solve the distributed intelligent scaling problem, a hybrid discrete Drosophila optimization algorithm is proposed. According to the problem characters, the coding method based on operation is adopted to make the algorithm suitable for solving this problem. The hybrid discrete Drosophila optimization algorithm is used to solve the schedule problem with the maximum completion time as the goal. In order to balance the local search ability of the algorithm, the evolutionary mechanism is combined with cooperative learning among groups. These simulation results show that the scheduling time of this method is effective. Part 2. Problem description. Distributed permutation schedule is to study the processing process of n jobs on m machines in f factories. During the processing, the jobs should pass through each machine in turn. Once the jobs are allocated to a factory, it cannot be assigned to the other factories, and all operations of the jobs can only be completed in this factory. In the factory, once the order of the job is determined, it will not be changed. In the buffer area, the jobs follow the principle of first in, first out. Preemption is not allowed. Once the operation starts, it must be completed and cannot be interrupted. The setting time of the machine and the moving time between operations are ignored. Part 3. Local search based on hybrid discrete Drosophila optimization algorithm. The optimization algorithm of Drosophila mainly includes two parts: olfactory search and visual search. Olfactory search is divergent search. Visual search is graded iteration. The population of lines involves through continuous iteration of two links. Because of the small control parameters, it's easy to implement. 3.1 Coding and decoding. The solution is a coding arrangement. For example, pair equal 3, 5, 4, 1, 2. The decoding is divided into two steps. The first step is to assign all the jobs to the factory, generate a feasible schedule scheme in each factory, and the second step is to transport the finished job to the distribute center. 3.2 Population initialization. One of the population is determined by the heuristic method NEH2RM. The other individuals were randomly generated. The main idea of NEH2RM method is: first, all jobs are arranged in this descending order according to their total processing time. Second, the jobs are allocated in order of arrangement. The current jobs to be assigned are assigned to each position of each factory, and the sequence that makes the current minimum is resolved. Select the previous job in the current position and assign it to each position of each factory, and the current minimum sequence is retained until all jobs are assigned. The construction of individuals with good quality and the generation of initial population can guarantee both quality and diversity. 3.3 Sampling to generate new species group. Each individual or the new population is generated by sampling the update probability distribution mode. Generally, roulette or tournament mechanics will be used in sampling, which will waste a lot of time. Half of the population individuals adopt the direct sampling method. The other half of the population individuals use roulette sampling. 3.4 Digital mode look search based on handover mechanism. In order to enhance the ability of local search based on switching mechanism is designed for the optimal solution and the suboptimal solution. If the optimal solution in the population doesn't not improve the performance, the next generation use the suboptimal solution to search. Local search is divided into two modes, LS1 and LS2. LS1 uses a variety of local search operations based on the key factory to strengthen the fine search. LS2 mode is a deep search mode. Part 4 Design of Intelligent Scaling Scheme for 3 Distributed Permutation Pipeline. 4.1 Optimal Estimation Algorithm. This algorithm step is as follows. Step 1 Set parameters. Step 2 Initialize. Step 3 Using the best previous individual update the matrix of the old population. Directly sampling the updated probability matrix to generate the new species group and generate the sub-ranking of each individual through the allocation rules. According to the evolution value of each individual subsequence, the best individual subsequence in the population is used to update the individual subsequence with the best history. Step 4 Implement mutation operator based on the best individual subsequence generated by Step 3 to generate individual subsequence. Step 5 Pair best can map back to individual sort pair best. Step 6 If the termination conditions is not met, skip to Step 2. The last step, Step 7 Output pair the best can. 4.2 Intelligent Scaling Mode of Distributed Permutation Pipeline. In order to reduce the waiting time of the machine, each job is divided into several small batches according to the principle of equal distribution. After the small batch processing of each job is completed, it can be transferred to the next machine for processing, and the processing sequence of all small batches is the same. The job J is divided into SJ small batches, and the complete time CTIJK is the time of the K small batch of the job J on the machine I. CJ is the completion time of the job J. From this figure, we can see that this completed the complete time of every job on all the machines. The first is the completion time of the first small batches of the second job on the first machine. The second is the completion time of k small batches of the first job on the first machine. This is the completion time of the first small batches of the jobs on the first machine. This is the completion time of the k small batches of the this job on the first machine. This is the completion time of the first batches of the jazz job on the first machine. This is the completion time of the k small batches of the jazz job on the I machine. The goal of schedule is to minimize the maximum completion time. Part 5 Simulation Experiments. This part is setting parameters. The parameter level include 4 levels, like the figures shown. From this figure, we can see that the parameters, the influence of the parameters. Simulation results and analysis. The interval number representation schedule method and the hybrid discrete Drosophila optimization schedule method are used to compare the schedule time and efficiency. The results are shown as follows. The first part is schedule time. The second part is dispatching efficiency. From these two tables, we can see that the comparison results that the schedule time of the schedule method represented by interval number is different from the expected time, while the schedule method based on hybrid discrete Drosophila is consistent with the expected time, and the error is 0. Part 4 is dispatching efficiency. From this figure, we can see that the overall schedule efficiency of the schedule method represented by interval number is less than 14%, while the overall schedule efficiency of the schedule method based on hybrid discrete Drosophila optimization is higher than 18%, which has good schedule effect. The last part, conclusion. A hybrid discrete Drosophila optimization schedule algorithm for interval number distribution permutation problem is proposed. The effectiveness and efficiency of the algorithm are verified by a large number of simulation examples and data analysis. The innovation of the algorithm lies in the combination of improved heuristic rules and random methods to initialize the population and a multi-optimal Operations cooperate link based on probability. The Leicester mechanism is designed to give full play to the performance of each operator. Future research work will focus on the extensions of other uncertain problems, or optimization of other scheduling indicators, design of adaptive algorithm, and collaborative optimization of multiple scheduling objectives. Thank you very much.
My topic is design and implementation of disconnector condition monitoring system based on attitude sensor. I would like to introduce the research for 5 parts. The first part is introduction. The state of disconnector switch in domestic power system is generally judged by the remote signal, which is confirmed by operator observation. There are many problems with this approach. Therefore, it is particularly important to develop an effective and reliable state monitoring method for disconnector switches. In my report, the research condition of breaking closing position monitoring technology for intelligent disconnecting switches is summarized. By researching the attitude estimation and controller for access rotorcraft, we introduced the attitude sensor commonly used in for access rotorcraft to opening and closing state monitoring system of the disconnector switch. So here are 2 aspects of the current problems. First, how to realize the accurately distinguish the disconnecting state of the real-time disconnector switch. Second, how to develop an opening and closing state monitoring system based on attitude sensor. The second part is hardware structure. System includes the attitude sensor installed on the disconnector switch, the receiving device used to receive attitude information, and the process attitude data to judge the disconnector switch opening and closing state. The upper computer used to display the opening and closing state in real time and record the opening and closing record. The receiving device obtains sensor data through the interface and judges the state of the disconnector switch through the calculation algorithm and logical judgment algorithm. The judgment result is uploaded to the monitoring and the corresponding hard contact is opened. The third part is state determination algorithm of disconnector. The attitude sensor collects the angle of the disconnector in real time. During the deployment, the sensor needs to be calibrated according to the disconnecting and closing position of the disconnector switch. If the initial state of the disconnector switch is on the sensor is calibrated to 0 degrees, when the angle measured by the attitude sensor satisfies formula 2, the state of the disconnector switch can be determined as off-on. When the angle measured by the attitude sensor satisfies formula 3, the state of the disconnector switch can be determined as opening abnormal state. When the angle measured by the attitude sensor satisfies formula 4, the state of the disconnector switch can be determined as closing abnormal state. To judge the state of the disconnector switch, the receiving device shall determine the opening and closing position and state of the disconnector switch by analyzing the sensor data installed in A, B, and C. according to the position and state judgment logic to the isolation switch on and off state to determine the position determination result is taken as the input parameter of the state determination result. The state judgment of the disconnector switch is realized according to the state determination logic. The fourth part is software design. The software of state monitoring system includes attitude, sensor program and receiving device program. After the attitude sensor program is initialized, the sensor configuration is loaded and the attitude data is cyclically monitored to calculate the three-axis acceleration, angular velocity, magnetic force value and temperature. The data is corrected and packaged in Modbus standard format. If a data request is received from the receiving device, it is sent to the receiving device. When a large angle change is detected, the transmission interrupt will be awakened and the data will be actively uploaded to the receiving device while the data is actively uploaded to the receiving device. According to the sensor data received to judge the disconnector switch state and the state of the output of the corresponding hard contacts, the data is packaged into Modbus protocol standard packet. It sends to the protocol conversion module through the serial port protocol conversion module according to the data point table to map the data to the IED model. In order to verify the reliability of a system, repeated simulation tests are carried out for the system. The simulation test is the consistency test of switching state. Each system was simulated for 100 times in each of 4 states. The accuracy of the opening and closing of 4 states reached 100% via 400 tests, which meets the practical application needs. It can be judged that the device can determine the disconnecting switching state stably and accurately. Here's our conclusion. The state monitoring system designed in this paper can effectively realize the real-time monitoring of the state of the disconnector switch, which provides an effective criterion for double confirmation of disconnector switch in substation. The experimental results show that the system can effectively improve the monitoring accuracy of substation disconnector switch state. Mentioned research can support the intelligent development of substation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. The title of my thesis is Research on Detection Method of Internal Defects of Metal Materials based on Computer Vision. This study applied computer vision to metal material internal defect detection process and designed a metal material internal defect detection method based on computer vision. In this method, the internal images of metal materials are collected by computer vision method, and then the images are processed and the image features are extracted. Finally, the internal defects of metal materials are accurately detected. In the process of metal material internal defect detection based on computer vision, image acquisition technology is used to obtain complete metal material image data, and the image data is associated with metal material information to form a complete metal material defect data record. Then, image processing and pattern recognition technology are used to analyze the image, realize the automatic recognition of the internal defects of metamaterials, and record the location information of defects, so as to facilitate the inspection and maintenance of relevant staff. The core part of the system is related technologies and methods in the field of computer vision. The overall process is shown in Figure 1. Firstly, the detected image is divided into blocks. The block is set to be square, and the side length is twice the edge of the largest metamaterial. The block diagram is shown in Figure 2. Then, use the backpropagation algorithm to portray the image. The cost function formula is as follows. The image is portrayed through the above process, and the image is processed on this basis. Based on the analysis of a larger number of metamaterial images, histogram equalization is used to process the original image. Histogram equalization is to transform the original gray distribution of the input image into a gray distribution image with approximately the same number of pixels in each gray level. The histogram of the image whose gray level is in the range of 0 to 1 is a discrete function, and its form is as formula 3. Divide the total number of pixels contained in the image by the number of pixels in each gray level to get a normalized histogram. We can see in the formula 4. According to the properties of the probability density function, they are as formula 5. Assuming that the probability density of the image before transformation is PR, the probability density function of the image after transformation is PS, and the transformation function is S. We can get from the probability theory in the formula 6. For discrete gray values, the corresponding transformation formula is as follows. We can see in the formula 7. On this basis, image edge detection is carried out. Edge feature is one of the basic features of image, which often contains a lot of useful information. At the same time, the edge is also the symbol of contour and position. In the process of texture feature extraction, shape feature extraction, and image understanding and recognition, it's often necessary to detect the edge of the image first. The formula is as follows. We can see in the formula 8. Assuming that the gray distribution function of the original image is F, and the image distribution of function after polarization is G, then we can see G in the formula 9. There are usually two strategies for threshold selection. One is the global threshold method. The other is the local threshold method. The local binary mode texture unit is shown in Figure 3. When using the local binary pattern to extract the texture features of an image, firstly, it's necessary to calculate the binary relation between the grain value of each pixel in the image and the local neighborhood pixels on the grain level. Secondly, the obtained binary relation is weighted according to certain rules to obtain the local binary pattern. Finally, the histogram sequence of multiple regions is used as the binary mode of the whole image, and the calculation is introduced below the mathematical analysis of sub. For the local texture T of an image, it can be regarded as the joint distribution density of the grain level in the local area of the image. In Formula 10, GC presents the grain value of the central pixel in the local neighborhood of the image. In Formula 11, GC presents the central pixel of the neighborhood. Performing different operations on all pixels in the neighborhood can make larger and smaller grain levels uniform, with uniform brightness invariance and translation invariance characteristics within the grain range. The difference between the central pixel and the neighboring pixel is independent of the grain value of the central pixel. So the above formula is converted to Formula 12. Finally, a coding value is used to represent the local binary pattern of texture units, namely texture characteristics. The correlation coefficient is defined as Formula 13. In addition, feature stability is also an important factor affecting feature selection. Therefore, the following formula is used to measure the stability of the target feature, which is defined as follows. We can see it in Formula 14. The method of thresholding the neighborhood elements with the grain value of the control unit at the threshold can accurately reflect the change characteristics of the grain values of the elements in the neighborhood and has certain grain invariance and stable output. On the basis of the above image preprocessing, the edge segmentation line is combined with the image threshold region of interest, and the image is rotated and translated. In Formula 15, in this formula, X presents the spatial position of the image pixel, A presents the rotation matrix of the two images, and B represents the translation vector. Among them, the matrix needs to meet the constraints. We can see it in Formula 60. After optimizing the spatial transformation, the similarity function is defined to measure the similarity between the image and the reference image. And the similarity measurement function is optimized by continuously adjusting the transformation parameters. The calculation formula is as follows. We can see it in Formula 17. The expression of the image is to be registered as Formula 18. On this basis, the position coordinates of the reference image are discretized sufficiently to make the reference image cover the whole style element space to avoid the collapse. The expression is as follows. We can see it in Formula 19. Finally, combined with the background difference method, the possible defects are initially extracted, and then the collected regions are used to extract edge defects based on the error, roundness, and rectangularity. The algorithm follow the edge micro defect extraction is shown in Figure 4. We can see it in Figure 4. The comparison results of detection accuracy between this method and the traditional detection method are shown in Figure 5. According to Figure 5, compared with the traditional detection method, the detection accuracy of the metamaterial internal defects detection method based on computer vision is higher, and the detection accuracy can be controlled above 90%. The comparison results of the detection time between the traditional detection method and the method in this paper is shown in Figure 6. It can be seen from the analysis of Figure 6 that the detection time curve of the proposed method is below that of the traditional method in many tests, which provides that the proposed method consumes less detection time than the traditional method, and the detection time is always less than 3 seconds. We can see it, thus proving that the proposed method has high timeliness. In this study, an internal defect detection method of metamaterials based on computer vision is designed. Firstly, the internal images of metamaterials are collected by computer vision method, and then the images are processed and the image features are extracted. Finally, the internal defects of metamaterials are accurately detected. In addition, this study also verified the application advantages of this method with high detection accuracy and detection time through experiments. This is all about my title. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Zhang, and the title of the article I brought is Recognition Method of Metamaterial Fitting Defect Based on Visual Signal Process. My report meaning consists of 4 parts. Part 1. Introduction. Fitting defect will directly affect the service performance and service life of metal materials. It is of great significance to carry out effective non-destructive test and evaluation and provide detailed support to figure life prediction. Metal material structure change state and forms of new shape. Under the action of a medium which leads to corrosion damage, it will not only lead to production stoppage, material structure failure, resource loss, hazardous material leakage, but also lead to significant economic loss and even catastrophic consequences. In the context of other research, this paper applies visual signal processing to metal material fitting defect identification and design a metal material fitting defect identification method based on visual signal processing. The experimental results show that this method has high recognition performance. Part 2. Design of method. A section of U7-1 rail, as shown in Figure 1, was selected as an emission body. The distribution position of each character is shown in Figure 2 and the size is shown in Table 2. The shown row has characters 1, 2, 3, and 7 are used to represent defects in the superficial layer, while the deeper characters 4, 5, and 6 represent defects that penetrate the surface, the superficial layer, and the inner. According to the simulation diagram of U7-1 rail, the material parameters of rail are set and the simulation model of metal material with defect is constructed by using the distribution position of character in U7-1 rail. (2.2) Character observe signal of fitting defects in the metal material. Camera distortion will affect the accuracy of metal material fitting defect recognition, and the camera calibration can achieve the effect of elimination. The camera model includes 4 coordinate systems: world coordinate system, camera coordinate system, image plane coordinate system, and pixel coordinate system, as shown in Figure 3. The corresponding relation of the 4 coordinate systems are listed by blue. The size can be selected according to the field of view. In this article, a 15 mm calibration plate with a solid circular array partner is selected for calibration. 2.3 Fusion and analysis of visual signal of metal pitting defects. Material pitting defect image feature can be divided into pixel level feature, feature level feature, and decision level feature according to the order from low to high. In this paper, the source material pitting defect images A and B are fused into image F. If the fusion rule is used, the mathematical expression is as follows. The process of material pitting defect identification is shown in Figure 4. It can be seen from Figure 4 that the whole process of material pitting defect recognition is based on visual signal processing and recognition platform, which is mainly divided into two parts: visual signal processing, training and test data production, and application of visual signal processing. For recognition, so as to realize the cognition is of material pitting defect. Part 3. Experimental study. In order to verify the effectiveness of the material pitting defect recognition method based on visual signal processing, the following experiments are designed. The basic situation of the first group of experiments is shown in Table 3. The test object of the first set of experiments is a steel plate with an area of 416 mm by 400 mm and a thickness of 8 mm. The type of defect is a hemisphere material pitting defect, so the length, width, and depth of the material pitting defect are all equal, and there is only one unknown parameter, that is, the radius of the material pitting defect. In addition, the visual signal process regression results of three sets of data are shown in Table 4. In terms of the according of training data and test data, the scale of this set of experiments is small, and the type of pattern defects in mental material are relatively simple. The maximum recursion error is about 10%. The best condition of the second set of experiments are shown in Table 5. The test object of the second set of experiment is a steel plate with a size of 416 millimeters and a thickness of 10 millimeters. The type of material pitting defect is semi-ellipsoid, so the number of metal material pitting defects parameters is 3. The length, width, and the depth of the defect. However, the ratio is length, width, and depth of pitting corrosion defects in some material is very different. The classification result is of pitting defects in metallic material are shown in Table 6. From the experimental result in Table 6, it can be seen that the prediction result of material pitting defects recursion obtained by these methods are close to the actual results, which proves the effectiveness of the material pitting defect recognition method based on very single processing. Careful conclusion. In this paper, a method to identify the pitting defect of material based on visual single processing is proposed. According to the distribution, location of real corrects, a model of metal material where defect is constructed. Then, the actual singles of a pitting defect of metal material are collected, and the data of the image is in different directions, and the cycles are extracted through the single process. Based on this, the image of metal material pitting defect was decomposed by metal algorithm, and specific fusion rules are selected to select each layer component obtained by decomposition. After inverse wavelet transformation, the visual single fusion and analysis of metal material pitting defects are completed. Experimental results show that the recognition performance is this method is better. Although the above research result has been achieved in this paper. There are still some deficiencies waiting for improvement. In the future, the patent defect identification system can be used for feature extraction and classification of typical defects so as to further improve the function of defect recognition. My report is over. Thank you for listening.